Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It was the fall of 1999, and I was 11 years old, part of a Girl Scout troop from a quiet suburb just outside a mid-sized city in Oregon. Back then, things felt simpler, slower. Parents trusted adults more easily, and kids were still being pushed to build character through activities like wilderness training and team-building games. That's how we found ourselves at a small, state-owned campsite tucked into the woods about an hour out of town. It had one main gravel road in, a loop trail that went around a few hills, and lots of trees that blocked out any hint of civilization. No cell phones back then, just compasses, walkie-talkies, and flashlights with heavy D batteries. There were 8 of us on that weekend trip. 6 girls ranging from 11 to 14, and 2 troop leaders, both women in their late 30s who were more excited about challenging our comfort zones than they were about a quiet weekend away. It had rained a few days earlier, so the ground was soft and smelled of pine needles and damp dirt. We set up 3 tents on raised wooden platforms just a short walk from the latrines and main fire ring. The plan for the second night was to go on a midnight census hike, something one of the troop leaders read about in a scouting magazine. The idea was to move through the woods in the dark to heighten our awareness and build trust. We were supposed to split into 2 groups, each with a leader, and the game was a kind of group hide and seek. One group would hide somewhere along the trail or just off it, and the other would try to track and find them using sound and instincts. Looking back, I don't know how this got approved. We were kids in a forest at night, with flashlights we weren't allowed to use unless absolutely necessary. Our only real safety precaution was that each adult had a whistle to signal the end of the game or an emergency. Otherwise, it was just 2 adults supervising a bunch of half-puberty kids running around in the dark. My group was told to hide first, 3 of us girls and 1 troop leader. The other group gave us a 5-minute head start. We followed a narrow, muddy deer trail that branched off the main loop trail, moving quietly for a few minutes until our leader stopped and scanned the area with a small red-lensed flashlight. We ended up settling along the base of a huge rock face. At the time, I thought of it as a cliff, but it was really just a vertical wall of exposed stone, probably 15 feet tall and mossy. Trees leaned out above it like a canopy, and it felt like a hidden pocket in the woods. The kind of spot you'd miss if you weren't looking directly at it. Our leader had us crouch low and crawl under some brush and branches near the wall. The idea was to lay still and silent while the other group tried to find us. I remember laughing too much at first, giggling with the other 2 girls in my group, unable to stay quiet even though we were trying. The other group passed nearby, crunching leaves, whispering loudly, and then faded into the distance, having missed us entirely. That's when the stillness settled. After the giggles died down and the footfalls faded, it got quiet. Really quiet. I could hear breathing, mine, the other girls, and the adults. Heartbeats too, or maybe I imagined that part. I shifted slightly in my spot and felt something strange under my side. At first, I thought it was just rocks or sticks, but the sound wasn't right. It wasn't just the crackle of leaves or twigs. It was a clinking, rattling kind of sound, like a bunch of dominoes being tapped together. Or bones. At first, I ignored it. I thought it was just part of laying in the dirt, uncomfortable and gross. But the more I listened, the more the rattling seemed wrong. It wasn't rhythmic like an animal or person moving. It was constant, like it was just under or around me. I started to feel weirdly itchy, like I was laying in something alive or dirty. I tried to adjust without making noise, but every time I moved, the rattling got louder. Our leader, who was already annoyed by how much noise we'd made earlier, hissed at me to stop moving. I said nothing. I laid still again for a while, but it was like something was crawling up the back of my neck. Not literally, but the anxiety, the weird discomfort was growing. I finally whispered that I thought something had bitten me. It wasn't true, but it was the only way I thought I could get a flashlight turned on without getting scolded worse. She sighed loudly, pulled out the flashlight, and turned it on low. At the same moment, the other group called out. They had found us, more or less. Some of them were standing nearby, laughing and pointing when the light finally swung toward me. I was still crouched low, trying to get out from under the branches. That's when the light fully hit the ground around me. What I had thought was just brush and dirt turned out to be something else entirely. I was kneeling in the center of what looked like a carefully made circle. Bones, feathers, ribbons, and twigs had all been arranged around me. Small animal bones, from birds, maybe rodents. There were black and red feathers jammed into the soil, standing upright. Some of the bones were threaded together with twine or yarn, strung like ornaments along the edge of the brush. Hanging from the lower tree branches were little bundles. Satchels, really, made of fabric scraps, twine, and dried weeds or flowers. Some had small pebbles or seeds sewn into them. Even stranger were the markings. The tree directly behind me had what looked like white paint streaked across it. Not symbols I recognized, just erratic lines, thick in some areas and thin in others, like someone had finger-painted in long, curving motions. It wasn't just one stroke. It looked layered, deliberate, but not something I could understand. I froze. My first thought was that I had accidentally stumbled into someone's memorial or grave site. My second was that this was a prank or leftover from something else, but it didn't make sense. It didn't look old, and it didn't look like the kind of thing kids would make for fun. It was too precise, too specific. The others screamed first. One of the older girls bolted back toward the main trail, flashlight swinging wildly. Our troop leader cursed and tried to round us up, yelling for everyone to stay together, but by then it was chaos. No one was thinking clearly. The other troop leader blew the emergency whistle from somewhere off in the woods. It was just panic. Someone grabbed my arm and dragged me up as I was trying to crawl out of the circle. I remember falling once, my foot catching on something strung between two sticks, like a wire or rope. We didn't stop running until we were back at camp. The adults tried to settle everyone down, but no one really slept that night. Most of us huddled in the big tent near the fire pit, while the troop leaders took turns staying awake. They didn't talk much, not around us, but I could see from their faces that they were worried. Not annoyed, not scared for us, but confused and disturbed. Something about the place had rattled them, too. The next morning, after breakfast, we were told we'd be leaving early. No more hikes, no more outdoor activities. They told us we could have a badge ceremony at the next meeting, but we were packing up and heading back to town. I didn't complain. None of us did. I waited until the tents were down, and we were almost done loading the van before asking one of the troop leaders if I could go back to the hiding spot. I wanted to see it in the daylight. I think I needed to confirm that it was real, that it had really happened. I didn't go alone. One of the older girls and one of the leaders went with me. It took a few minutes to find the exact spot again. Everything looked different in the light. The rock wall was there, just like I remembered. Same brush and trees. But the space where I had been laying was clean, like completely cleared. No bones, no feathers, no hanging satchels. The white paint had been scrubbed or chipped off. You could still see some scrapes in the bark where it had been applied, but the paint was gone. Every sign of the circle was erased. I don't mean it had aged or weathered away. It was gone, erased deliberately. Someone had cleared the space. The dirt looked disturbed, like someone had swept or raked it. There were marks around the base of the tree, like someone had scraped it with a knife or tool to remove the paint. We stood there in silence for a few minutes, just staring at the blank space. The leader said we must have wandered into some old, abandoned ritual site, probably made by campers or artists, or even just weird kids who wanted to scare people. She said it was probably cleaned up by the park rangers. That explanation didn't really hold water for me, even then. I don't think the park rangers walk around at night looking for strange shrines to clean up before dawn. And I don't think we would have been the first people to report something like that, if it had been a known issue. Still, I didn't argue. I just nodded and walked back to camp with the others. We never went back to that site. At the next troop meeting, we had a badge ceremony like nothing had happened. No one brought up the hike. It just became this unspoken thing that we all experienced, but didn't really understand. I stayed in Girl Scouts for another 2 years, but nothing ever came close to that night. Even now, decades later, I think about it sometimes. How easily we just laid down in the dark, trusting we were in a safe place. How close we were to something, or someone, that had taken the time to make that circle, to hang those bundles, to paint those symbols, and how quickly it all disappeared. I don't think it was supernatural. I don't think it was witches or ghosts or forest spirits. But I do think someone made that place, for a reason, and that someone came back to clean it up before morning. Maybe they were watching us. Maybe they heard us coming and left it behind in a hurry. Or maybe they wanted us to find it. I'll never know. But I've never camped in the woods without checking the ground first. And I've never played hide and seek in the dark again. Back in high school, I used to get restless on Sunday mornings. I wasn't religious, didn't have homework I cared about, and I didn't really have friends to hang out with that early. So I started spending those mornings walking through the metro park a few miles from home. It was quiet, not many people around, especially early in the day, and the woods always felt like a good place to think. I'd throw on some old sneakers, grab a granola bar or two, and head out right after breakfast. No plan, no real goal, just walking to walk. Most people stuck to the main trails, and for a while I did too. But after a few weekends of hitting the same loops over and over, I got curious. I started looking at the parts where the undergrowth thinned out, or where I saw faint signs of where animals, or maybe people had gone before. I wasn't doing anything illegal, there weren't any no trespassing signs, but I definitely left the marked trails more than the average hiker. One of those mornings, I remember it being cool and kind of overcast. It must have been early fall because the trees were just starting to change, and there was that sharp smell of damp leaves in the air. I'd taken a side trail I hadn't walked before, and then veered off again into the woods when I saw a spot that looked like it might open up. After a few minutes of walking, stepping over downed limbs and weaving around patches of brambles, I came into a clearing. It was maybe 20 feet across, ringed by old maples and hickories. The ground was clear except for a few patches of weeds and a scattering of leaves. And right in the center of it was a deer's leg. Just the leg. It was fresh, too, not rotted, not dried out. The fur was light brown with white at the bottom, and it looked like it had been torn off, not cut. I stopped dead in my tracks. For a minute, I didn't even think. I just stared at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I looked around, half expecting to see the rest of the deer nearby, or maybe signs of a hunter. Maybe some idiot kids out there messing around. But there was nothing. No blood trail. No gut pile. No drag marks. Just the leg, clean and alone. Now, I know Ohio doesn't have big predators like mountain lions or anything. You might get the occasional coyote, sure, but they're not taking down full-grown deer. And even if they were scavenging, why would only the leg be left? And why just sitting there out in the open? It didn't make sense. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds, maybe a minute. Then I heard something. Not right behind me, but ahead. It was faint at first, some rustling, leaves shifting, twigs cracking, but it got louder fast. Like something moving quickly through the woods, not running, but not slow either. There was a rhythm to it, 2 or 3 quick steps, then a pause. Then more steps, heavy enough to break sticks, but not stomping. I froze and scanned the trees ahead. I couldn't see anything through the underbrush, but the sound was coming closer. My heart started pounding, and everything in my body told me to leave. I didn't want to see what was making that noise. I didn't want to know if it had anything to do with that deer leg. I backed away from the clearing slowly at first, then turned around and walked fast, picking my steps carefully so I didn't trip. When I finally saw the trail again, I didn't stop until I was back at the main path with gravel under my shoes and the morning sun coming through the trees. I never told anyone about it. It felt too weird to explain. It wasn't some epic story, just a strange, sharp moment that didn't have a real ending. But it stuck with me. Still does. A few weeks later, I went back out, same routine. I'd pushed the weird deer leg thing out of my head by then, mostly. I figured it was probably just something natural I didn't understand. Animals die in the woods all the time. Scavengers drag pieces around. Maybe someone's hunting dog found a carcass and brought a piece back. Rational thoughts. I leaned on those hard. That day I took a different route. I ended up following a long trail that looped past one of the larger ponds on the property. I'd seen it on the park map, but never actually walked all the way to it before. It was a decent hike, maybe an hour and a half in, but the path was nice, wide and well-worn, and the woods were pretty quiet except for a few birds and some squirrels kicking leaves around. When I got to the pond, it was peaceful. Still water, maybe a little murky, but clear enough to see lily pads and reeds along the edges. No people in sight. Just the kind of place that makes you stop and breathe for a minute. I walked around the far side, sticking to the edge of the woods. That's when I saw it, an old stone foundation, maybe 10 feet square, half sunken into the ground. Moss and grass were growing over parts of it, and a few stones had crumbled into the middle, but the shape was still clear. It looked like it used to be a small building, maybe a shed or storage room from when the land was farmland. I walked over to check it out. I've always liked old ruins like that. There's something about seeing pieces of the past just sitting there quietly. But then I noticed the stuff inside. Scattered all around the foundation, half buried in leaves and dirt, were toys. Old toys. Dolls, a couple of plastic trucks, a tea set with the paint peeling off. Some of them looked melted. Not fully, but like they'd been in a fire and then tossed out afterward. One of the dolls was missing an eye, and its dress was blackened at the bottom. The plastic was warped in places like it had started to melt, but didn't fully liquefy. I didn't like the look of it. At first I thought maybe kids had just been playing there, but the toys were too old. These weren't from the last couple years. They looked like something from the 90s, maybe earlier. And who would bring a bunch of toys out this far just to burn them? It didn't make sense. I stood there, looking at everything, starting to feel that tight, crawling sensation in the back of my neck. I didn't hear anything at first. The woods were quiet, no birds, no wind. Then I heard a plop, like something hitting the water. I turned toward the pond. Nothing moved, but I saw ripples. Wide ones, not just from a fish jumping. I scanned the tree across the pond, but there was nothing obvious. Then I noticed something else. The ground near the foundation, there were shallow holes. Not like animal holes, more like spots where something had been buried and dug up again. Uneven, disturbed earth. A few of the holes had pieces of toys near them, like they'd been hidden and then pulled back out. I don't know what it was exactly that got me moving, but I knew I didn't want to be there anymore. I turned and made my way back toward the trail fast. Not running, but not taking my time either. I didn't feel like I was being chased, exactly, but I felt watched. Like something was nearby and paying attention. I didn't hear more sounds, didn't see movement, but the feeling wouldn't leave. I didn't stop walking until I was back at the parking lot, sweating a little even though it wasn't hot. That day stuck with me just as much as the deer leg. Both times, it was like nature showed me something I wasn't supposed to see. Something not part of the peaceful image people like to put on the woods. I still went hiking after that, but I stopped going off trail. I kept to the marked paths, stayed where people were more likely to be. I didn't want to find anything else. Not because I thought I'd be in danger, though maybe I did deep down, but because I realized I didn't know everything happening in those woods. And whatever was happening, it wasn't for me to understand. Years later, I looked up that area again. Tried to see if anyone had ever posted about weird stuff out there, any local news about odd discoveries, maybe some kind of animal control report. Nothing. Just park maps, trail reviews, birdwatching blogs. As if the strange things I saw were just mine. I even considered writing into some local history group to ask if they knew about old buildings by the pond or any past incidents. I never followed through though. I guess part of me didn't want to know. What I do know is that those moments out there changed how I look at nature. It's not all sunlight and fresh air. There are corners out there, quiet, forgotten places, where something else settles in. Something older, maybe even innocent once, but left too long alone. And when you step into those places, you're not just passing through the woods anymore. You're walking through layers of things left behind, things no one ever meant for you to find. So I keep that in mind now, whenever I go hiking. I stay on the trail. I nod to the trees. And if I hear something moving in the brush, I don't go looking. I just keep walking. It was about 8 years ago, sometime in late spring. I remember the air in Lake Wales. Florida was thick with humidity, even though it was close to midnight. Everything felt still. The kind of quiet you only get out in the groves, far from houses and roads. I was with this guy I had been talking to for a few months. He had an old white pickup truck with a squeaky door and a back seat full of junk, tools, empty water bottles, a jumper cable stuffed into a grocery bag. We had decided to drive out to the orange groves just to get away from everything for a bit. He knew the area better than I did. His cousin had some property out that way, and he said he knew a good spot where no one would bother us. We drove down a long dirt road, the kind where the sand is so fine and loose that your tires make deep tracks and throw up little puffs of dust behind you. On either side were rows and rows of orange trees. The branches were thick with fruit, round and glowing faintly in the moonlight. The smell of citrus was strong even with the windows up, sharp and sweet and earthy. There were frogs croaking somewhere nearby, and every once in a while, something would rustle in the grass and make you wonder what exactly was out there. We parked the truck in a clearing between two rows. The engine ticked for a while after he turned it off. I reclined my seat, opened the window a crack, and tilted my head back to look at the sky. It was one of those clear Florida nights where the stars actually show up. Not just the bright ones either. You could see clusters of them, little fuzzy smears of light that most people never even notice. There was no moon that night, or maybe it was still low behind the trees. I don't remember exactly, but it was dark enough that the stars were sharp. For a while, it was peaceful. The kind of quiet where you forget you're even listening. The air felt soft and warm, like it was wrapping itself around you. We sat there, doing nothing. No music, no talking. Just the sound of bugs and the occasional distant hoot from an owl. Then, out of nowhere, I noticed something strange in the sky. At first, I thought my eyes were just playing tricks on me. But it was there, two orange-red lights, far above the trees, glowing steadily. They weren't blinking like airplane lights. And they were too low to be stars. Too bright. They were big. Like really big. They looked like fireballs, just floating there. The kind of red you see in a dying campfire. Deep and glowing. Not bright like a flare, but thick. Heavy, almost. They hovered there for a minute, maybe more. It was hard to tell exactly how much time passed. Then a third one appeared off to the side, like it had just blinked into existence. Same color, same intensity. They didn't flash or move fast. They just hung in the air, slow and smooth, like they were sliding along glass. I kept watching them, thinking maybe it was a trick of the atmosphere. I'd heard of ball lightning before, but this didn't look like that. These things weren't dancing or flickering. They were steady and silent. That was the strangest part. There was no sound, not even the faint buzz of a drone or the roar of something flying low. Just silence, like the night had swallowed up every other noise. Then one of the lights vanished. Just like that, gone. No fade, no movement, no trail. It was there, and then it wasn't. A few seconds later, another one blinked out. Now there was just one, drifting so slowly it was hard to even tell it was moving at all. I felt the skin on the back of my neck prickle. I wasn't breathing normally anymore. It was that feeling you get when you realize something isn't right, but you can't figure out why yet. I sat up straighter in the seat. The air in the cab suddenly felt stale and hot. I remember rubbing my palms on my jeans, trying to steady myself, even though I wasn't shaking. Not yet. Then the remaining light disappeared, same as the others. I looked up at the sky, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. Then two of them reappeared, further to the left now, as if they'd skipped across the sky. They weren't in a line anymore either. They were in a rough triangle shape. Still glowing, still floating. Still no sound. It felt like they were watching. Not from close, not like eyes, but from above in some weird, quiet way that made my stomach twist. The guy I was with had noticed them too, and though neither of us said anything, I could feel him shift in his seat. I didn't want to be there anymore. It was one of those instincts that hits hard and fast, not like fear of danger, but a warning that gets inside your bones. Like the woods themselves were holding their breath. I reached down, pulled my window all the way up, and stared straight ahead. I didn't want to see the lights anymore. I focused on the rows of trees in front of us, the shape of the branches, the way the wind moved through the leaves. But I could still feel the lights above us, even without looking. Eventually, the truck started up again. The engine roared louder than I remembered. The headlights swept across the grove as we turned around, casting long shadows between the trees. As we drove back down the dirt road, I kept glancing out the window, hoping not to see those lights again. But there was nothing, just trees and stars and the occasional flicker of bugs in the headlights. When we got back to the main road, the air felt different. Lighter. The tension had lifted, but not completely. There was a heaviness in my chest that stayed with me, like I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to. Over the next few days, I tried to make sense of it. I looked up everything I could think of, military flares, whether balloons, drones, satellites. None of them fit. The movement, the silence, the size, the way they blinked in and out, nothing matched. I even called a friend who had studied meteorology, just to see if it could have been some kind of atmospheric reflection. She had no idea what I was talking about. I went back to that grove during the day once. Alone. It didn't feel the same in the daylight. The trees looked smaller, and the road wasn't as long as I remembered. The sky was washed out, pale blue with wispy clouds drifting past. I parked in the same spot, sat there for a while, and tried to feel something. But there was nothing. Just heat and buzzing insects and the sour smell of overripe oranges rotting on the ground. I never talked about that night to most people. It's not that I was afraid of being called crazy, though that's always in the back of your mind. It was more that I didn't know how to explain it. The lights weren't threatening. They didn't do anything, but they also didn't feel harmless. They felt wrong, like they were something outside of us, outside of what we understand. And the worst part was how quiet it all was. That's what stayed with me the most. Not the lights, not the fear, just the silence. Years have passed since then, and I've never seen anything like it again. I've tried not to think about it too much. Life moved on. That guy and I drifted apart. I haven't been back to that grove in a long time. Maybe it's overgrown by now. Maybe someone else goes there and looks up at the stars. But sometimes, late at night, when everything is still, I remember the way those lights looked against the dark sky. I remember how they moved without moving, how they vanished and came back without a sound. And even now, I can't shake the feeling that they're still out there, somewhere, floating above the trees, watching. Not with eyes, not with interest, just there, silent, present. And I realize, even after all this time, I don't really want to know what they were. It started with that botanical garden. The college where I studied was lucky to have one of those huge botanical gardens on campus. The kind you don't even really notice during the day because it's so big and full of trees and plants that you almost forget you're in the middle of a campus. The garden stretched on for acres, and it was fenced off and locked at night. But like most things that are off limits, that just made it more tempting. I'd been sneaking in there for months, usually when no one was around, in the dead of night. The garden was quiet, the kind of quiet that felt like the world had paused. The trees were so tall and thick that even on a moonlit night the shadows felt deep and thick, swallowing everything. The paths twisted and turned like some ancient maze made for people who liked to get lost or didn't want to be found. One night, I decided to take my girlfriend with me. We'd been together a while by then, and I thought she'd appreciate the place as much as I did, especially for stargazing. There weren't many places around campus that let you see the stars so clearly. The city lights were far enough away that the sky over the garden felt dark and deep, full of bright specks that seemed close enough to touch. We snuck in around 1 a.m., quietly climbing over a section of the fence I knew was a little easier to scale. The air was cool and smelled like damp earth and wet leaves. As we made our way along the winding dirt paths, the faint rustle of leaves underfoot and the occasional hoot of an owl were the only sounds. The trees stretched so high you couldn't see the edges of the garden. It felt like we were deep inside some wild forest, not a place in the middle of a city campus. We found a small clearing, just enough space for us to lie back and look up at the sky. The stars were brilliant, scattered like tiny diamonds against the velvet black. We settled down on the grass, backs pressed to the soft earth, letting the quiet settle in around us. Then, from somewhere off in the distance, not very far, but far enough that we couldn't see the source, we heard it. The sound was so out of place it caught my attention right away. It was a steady, rhythmic thud, like a shovel cutting into dirt. The soft scraping noise of earth being moved, shoveling and digging, in the middle of the night. It was strange enough to make the hairs on my neck stand up. Why would anyone be digging in a botanical garden at 1 a.m.? The place was locked, supposed to be empty and quiet. My girlfriend and I looked at each other, wide-eyed but silent. We listened harder, trying to figure out if it was real, or maybe some trick of the wind or animals. But no, it was definitely human. The sound kept going, slow, methodical, digging. It was close enough that we could hear the slight scrape of dirt against metal, the faint bump of soil being tossed aside. The rhythm was deliberate, like someone was carefully working on something they wanted hidden. A cold feeling ran down my spine. It was exactly the kind of sound you never want to hear when you're out in the dark woods, especially a place like this, where every step seems to echo a little too loud, where shadows play tricks on your eyes. The garden suddenly felt huge and empty, full of secrets we didn't want to uncover. Without saying a word, we both got up and started walking back the way we'd come, a little faster now, trying to keep our footsteps quiet, but wanting to get away from that sound as quickly as possible. We didn't look back, but I could swear the digging noise kept pace with us for a minute longer before fading away. Our hearts were pounding as we scrambled over the fence again and ran back toward campus, the cool night air sharp against our skin. We didn't stop until we were back in the safety of the dorm rooms, where the hum of life and light made the night feel less threatening. After that night, we never went back to the botanical garden after dark. Even during the day, the place seemed different. The paths looked longer, the trees denser, and sometimes I thought I could hear faint scraping noises in the wind, but that was probably just my imagination. A few weeks later, there was a report in the campus paper about some vandalism in the botanical garden. Someone had been digging holes near the old greenhouse. Nothing was stolen or damaged except the soil, but no one ever caught who it was or what the holes were for. I didn't ask any questions. Some things are better left alone. A few months later, my girlfriend and I found ourselves on a totally different kind of adventure. 4x4ing in the middle of the Costa Rican jungle at night. The sun had long since set, and the dense forest was thick around us, dark and almost suffocating. We were driving down what passed for a road, or maybe just a dirt trail, but it was hard to tell. There were no streetlights, no signs, no buildings. Just the headlights from our old 4x4 cutting through the blackness ahead. The jungle seemed alive, filled with strange noises, distant animal calls, the hum of insects, the snap of twigs under unseen feet. We had been driving for hours, the dirt path twisting and winding through dense foliage and around sharp bends. The rough road rattled the truck, making the whole vehicle vibrate. My girlfriend sat next to me, both of us tired but exhilarated by the raw wildness around us. Every so often we'd stop to catch our breath, stretch, and drink some water. On one of those stops, we got out of the truck and stood in the middle of the dirt path. The air was humid and heavy, with the smell of wet earth and plants so thick you could almost taste it. That's when I noticed it. The ground beneath our feet, the dirt road, was moving. Not in the way the wind stirs leaves, but like waves rolling slowly, undulating back and forth in smooth, rhythmic patterns. It looked almost like a snake slithering beneath the surface, the dirt curling in rolling motions. The movement was slow but constant, a strange pulsing that seemed almost alive. I blinked hard, wondering if I was seeing things. Maybe the exhaustion or the heat was messing with my eyes. I pointed it out to my girlfriend, who looked at it too, eyes wide with the same mix of disbelief and creeping dread. Neither of us said anything. We just stood there, staring down at the strange moving earth. The headlights from the truck threw long shadows around us, making the shifting patterns seem even more unnatural. It felt like some kind of hallucination, like we had eaten something strange or were about to lose our minds out in the jungle. But neither of us had taken anything, and we hadn't even been drinking. After a minute that felt like forever, the strange movement stopped. The road was still again, but the memory of it stayed in our heads like a warning. We both felt a sudden, sharp wave of fear, like something was wrong, like the earth itself was alive and watching us. Without another word, we jumped back in the truck and started the engine. The drive back was tense and quiet. The jungle seemed darker somehow, as if it was hiding something just beyond the reach of the headlights. Every shadow looked deeper, every sound sharper. We kept the windows up, the doors locked. Later, when we were safe in a hotel miles away, I tried to explain what we saw. Maybe it was a trick of the headlights on the uneven dirt road. Maybe our eyes were adjusting to the darkness and the movement we were used to seeing while driving. Maybe our brains expected motion and created it when everything suddenly stopped. I told myself it had to be something like that, because thinking about anything else, about the jungle moving beneath our feet like a living thing, was too much. Both those nights stayed with me, long after they happened. They reminded me how little control we really have out in the dark, how the things we expect to be still can suddenly feel dangerous and unknown. The botanical garden was supposed to be a place of peace, full of life and growth, but that night it turned into something else. The sound of digging in the middle of the night made me realize that even the most beautiful places can hide secrets, things better left buried. And the jungle in Costa Rica, with its shifting earth and shadows, showed me that even when you're surrounded by nature's beauty, it can still feel wild and unpredictable, like it's watching, waiting. I never went back to the garden at night, and I never went 4x4ing after dark again. Sometimes the safest thing you can do is just walk away. Before I moved to Oahu, I worked for the State Park Service in Florida. I was in my early 20s and still figuring out who I was and what I wanted, but I knew I liked working outside. I didn't mind physical labor, and I liked the peace of being outdoors at night. The job I had back then was at a park located on what's technically a barrier island on the Atlantic side. There was a public beach nearby, but the park was separated from it by a tidal creek and the intracoastal waterway. You could get in by a small vehicle bridge if you were supposed to be there, and I guess if you really wanted to, you could walk in from the sand along the shoreline, but it wasn't something many people did, especially at night. For the first year or so, I worked the graveyard shift, cleaning bathhouses, emptying trash, and doing light maintenance in the park while it was closed to the public. There were 2 of us on the team. On weekends, we overlapped, but during the week we staggered our off days. That meant 3 or 4 nights a week I was out there completely alone. It wasn't so bad at first. The wildlife was different at night, quieter, a little spooky maybe, but not in a dangerous way. Raccoons, armadillos, the occasional fox. I liked the way the air felt after the sun dipped down and the heat finally drained out of the sand and the pavement. There was a kind of rhythm to it. Clean the beachside bathhouse, do the parking lot trash cans, check the picnic area, head over to the boat ramp, and take care of the one on the intracoastal side. Sometimes I'd sweep up sand that blew into the restrooms or clean graffiti off the walls. Kids would sneak in sometimes, leave their marks, smash a soap dispenser just to prove they could. It was predictable, but there was one area I never felt comfortable in, not even from the start. It was at the north end of the tidal creek, where it bent back toward the intracoastal. On the beach side, there was a bathhouse right on the edge of the creek, and on the other side, there was a second bathhouse and a boat ramp. During the day, it looked normal enough, wide open, salty smelling, lined with scrub and mangroves. But at night, something about it made me nervous. I didn't like being there in the dark. I told myself I was just spooking myself, that I'd get used to it. I didn't want to give anyone a reason to think I couldn't handle the job, especially as a woman. Some of the older guys already seemed to think I was just there to fill a quota or babysit trash cans. So I didn't say anything. I just adjusted my routine. I started doing that stretch of the park either right at the beginning of my shift, while there was still a little light in the sky, or I'd put it off until dawn, when the first gray hint of morning started to show through the trees. I could do everything else in the dark and be fine, but not there. It wasn't just a vague feeling either. I'd be in the bathhouse with my mop and bucket, cleaning sand and mud off the tile, and I'd feel this prickling along the back of my neck, like someone was standing right behind me. I'd turn around, and of course no one was there. But then I'd hear something, footsteps, or the faint sound of gravel shifting, or a splash from the creek that didn't sound like a fish. One time I could have sworn I saw someone move past the open side window of the bathhouse. Just a glimpse, a shadow. But when I stepped out to look, there was nothing. No footsteps, no voices, nothing. Just the breeze coming off the water and the distant sound of the ocean. I started cutting corners in those areas. Not enough to get written up, but I'd move fast. I'd keep the lights on if I could, keep my keys clipped to my belt where I could reach them fast. Once, I started carrying a small can of pepper spray, not really expecting to use it, but it made me feel a little better. It didn't help much. I never wanted to bring it up directly with anyone. I'd hear guys talk, and there was always this sense that admitting something freaked you out made you soft or weak. So I kept it to myself for a while. Then one morning, after I'd finished early and was sitting in the break room waiting for the day staff to roll in, I just mentioned, real casual like a joke, that the north end of the creek gave me the creeps. One of the guys looked at me and said, "Well, you know about Murph the Surf, right?" I didn't. The name sounded vaguely familiar, like maybe I'd heard it in passing, but I didn't know the details. He told me Murph was a surfer and jewel thief who got famous back in the 60s. Real smooth talker, kind of a wild character. But what most people didn't know was that in 1967, Murph and his friend kidnapped 2 women, beat them to death, tied their bodies to concrete blocks, and dumped them in a tidal creek. A remote one off the intracoastal. Turns out it was the very creek that ran through our park, before the state got the land and turned it into a protected area. That hit me harder than I thought it would. The thought that I'd been mopping floors and dumping trash in the same spot, where 2 women had been murdered and sunk into the water, made everything click into place. I thought maybe I'd feel better knowing there was a reason the place felt wrong, but it made it worse. After that, I started noticing more. Not ghosts, not anything like that, just little things that made me feel like I wasn't alone. A door I could have sworn I latched swinging open again. A light that flickered, even though I'd just replaced the bulb. Sounds, always those sounds. Once, Just after I'd locked the door to the bathhouse on the creek side, I heard something slam into the back wall. I walked around, thinking maybe a raccoon had knocked over a trash can. There was nothing, just a smear of what looked like algae or mud on the concrete. Another time, I was dumping a trash bag into one of the big barrels by the boat ramp, and I saw tire tracks in the dirt. They weren't from our vehicles, and they weren't fresh, but they hadn't been there the night before. I got this sick, cold feeling in my chest and backed away. I didn't want to know where they went. I started sleeping badly. I'd go home after my shift, try to wind down, but I'd lie in bed staring at the ceiling. I kept thinking about those women, how scared they must have been, how the water must have looked when they were thrown in. I couldn't stop seeing it, even though I'd never seen any real evidence myself. Then one night in early spring, something happened that shook me more than anything else. I was working solo that week, and I decided to knock out the creekside area first, so I wouldn't have to deal with it later. It was a little after 9 p.m., just dark enough that the last traces of sunset had faded. I parked near the north bathhouse and got out, stretching and grabbing my supplies. The air smelled like salt and mud. The breeze was stronger than usual, and I could hear the mangroves rustling. I was halfway through mopping the women's side when I heard a noise outside, something like gravel crunching. I froze. I figured it was an animal, maybe a raccoon. I waited, listening. Then I heard it again. Heavier, more deliberate. I stepped out of the building slowly. My flashlight beam swept across the lot, the scrub, the edge of the creek. Nothing. I stood there for another minute, then turned to go back inside. That's when I saw something, just for a second. Movement in the mangroves across the creek. Someone crouching low, trying to stay out of sight. I stared hard, but the flashlight wasn't strong enough to reach that far clearly. Then they were gone. I should have called it in, but I didn't. I told myself maybe it was a fisherman, maybe someone had wandered in. I told myself anything I could to not believe what I really thought. I finished the job in record time and got back to my truck. But that night, I didn't go home right away. I sat there in the cab, engine off, lights out, just listening. The wind rattled the mirror, and the creek bubbled faintly in the dark. I felt like if I waited long enough, I'd see something. And I did. About 20 minutes later, I saw a flashlight click on, just for a second, on the other side of the creek near the bend. Then it went out. That wasn't park staff. I was the only one on shift. No patrols that night. After that, I started leaving notes for the supervisor, anonymous, typed up, left in their inbox, mentioning that maybe the north end could use more patrols. That maybe it wasn't as secure as they thought. I never said why. They added a few extra walkthroughs during the day, but no one seemed too worried. The next time I worked solo, I skipped that area completely. Just wrote down that it was locked and clean from the day shift. No one questioned it. A month or two later, I was rotated onto the day shift permanently. New guy took my place on nights. I never asked him how it went. Before I left for Hawaii, I looked up the story of Murph the Surf again. Tried to find details on the area where the women had been dumped. It didn't name the creek, but the timeline fit, the location fit, and it made sense why the place felt the way it did. I still don't think it was anything supernatural. I don't believe in ghosts, but I believe in memory, how a place can remember pain, violence. I believe some places hold on to what's happened to them, and if you're alone long enough, quiet enough, you can feel it. That stretch of creek, that bend where the water meets the mangroves, it remembered, and now I do too. It was one of those hot, heavy late spring nights that make you feel like the air is pushing down on your skin. I was halfway through my second year of track and field at the time. I ran long-distance events mostly, so summer meant a lot of mileage. In our part of the country, it gets hot, unbearably hot during the day, and it doesn't cool down until late, so our coach gave us the go-ahead to do our long runs at night. Most of us stuck to 11 p.m. or later. That night, we had started our 10-miler just before 11 o'clock, and the air was still thick with heat. You could feel it rising from the asphalt and clinging to the back of your neck. There were 6 of us that night, me, Gabe, Jackson, Matt, Trey, and Aaron. We all wore lightweight stuff, shorts, light singlets, or just went shirtless. Even at that hour, it was still around 80 degrees and humid enough that your skin never dried. We were about 5 miles in, weaving through the quieter parts of town on the edge, where things transitioned from neighborhoods to open stretches of field and industrial lots. I wasn't thinking about much, just pacing my breathing, glancing down now and then to make sure my steps were steady on the sidewalk cracks. When we got to a big construction site, we saw a row of porta potties along the chain link fence, and a couple of the guys wanted to stop. We slowed down to a jog, then eventually came to a full stop next to the porta potties. Jackson went inside one, and the rest of us stood around stretching, catching our breath, laughing about something dumb that Trey said earlier in the run. We were just killing time. Then, without warning, everything changed. First thing I noticed was the temperature. I don't mean it cooled off gradually, or there was a breeze. I mean it dropped instantly. One moment I was wiping sweat off my forehead and fanning my shirt to try and cool down, and the next I was shivering. It felt like someone had opened a freezer door right in front of us. We all paused and looked at each other. I could see goosebumps rising on everyone's arms. Gabe actually folded his arms over his chest and rubbed them. I remember hearing someone behind me mutter, "What the hell?" under his breath, but after that there was nothing. And I mean nothing. No wind, no crickets, no cars in the distance. It was like someone had taken a remote and hit the mute button on the whole world. I've lived in that town my whole life, and I've never heard it like that. Not even in the dead of winter after a snowfall. It wasn't just quiet, it was empty, hollow. Even the construction site, which had been faintly humming with lights or machines cooling down, was just dead. It made my skin crawl. I looked up out of instinct. Maybe I was trying to find a cloud or the moon or anything to tell me this wasn't weird. But then, before I could even process what I was doing, the sky lit up. Off in the northwest, maybe 10 or 15 miles away, a giant green orb of light just appeared in the sky. It didn't blink into existence like lightning, and it didn't streak like a meteor. It just showed up like a light someone had slowly turned on. It was a deep, radioactive-looking green, and it hung there for a moment, pulsing slightly, like it was alive or moving in slow waves. Then it started to fall. Not fast, not like a falling star. It dropped in a straight line, smooth and slow, almost like it was being lowered on a wire. Just before it hit the horizon, it flared outwards, like a bubble popping but with light, and lit up the entire sky for a few seconds in this massive green glow. Still no sound. Not a pop, not a boom, not even the buzz you'd get with power lines or something electrical. Then it vanished. Just gone. And the second it did, everything went back to normal. The heat came rushing back like a wave. The humidity hit my chest like I'd stepped into a steam room. The crickets started chirping again. The wind stirred slightly through the chain link fence, and somewhere off in the distance, a car honked. It was like someone had paused the whole world and then pressed play. None of us said a word for at least a minute. Eventually, Jackson came out of the porta potty and asked what we were doing. He had no idea. Said he hadn't felt a thing, which made it even weirder. We tried to explain it to him, but none of it really made sense out loud. The light, the temperature drop, the silence, it sounded made up even as we said it. He thought we were messing with him, but we weren't. We didn't stop again on that run. We just kept going, and the last 5 miles were done in near silence. I could tell everyone was in their own head about it. When we got back to the lot where we parked, we all left quickly. No small talk, just drove off. I remember getting home, lying in bed, and staring at the ceiling for a long time, trying to think of any reasonable explanation for what we saw. A meteor? Satellite? Weather phenomenon? But I kept coming back to that dead silence. That instant cold. It didn't fit. That wasn't the only weird run we had. About a year before that, we were doing another midnight run. That one was longer, closer to 14 miles. Our coach had mapped it through some of the farmland outside of town where the roads were long and flat and went on forever between cornfields. That night was calm and uneventful for most of the run. It was about 1 a.m. when we were out in the middle of a long two-lane road surrounded on both sides by tall corn. There wasn't a house or light in sight, and it was quiet except for the sound of our feet and the occasional bug flying into your face. That's when we saw her. At first, it just looked like a shadow up ahead. It's hard to tell distance in the dark, but we figured maybe it was someone on a late walk. As we got closer, the shape took form, a woman walking a dog. Just casually walking down the road toward us like it was 5 p.m. on a Sunday. The thing is, this was the middle of nowhere. There were no houses nearby, no streetlights, no parked cars. Just us, the cornfields, and this woman. and she wasn't reacting to us at all. We were a big group of guys running at night, sweaty, breathing heavy, probably looking weird in the dark. Usually people notice us or step aside, or at least glance at us as we go by. Not her. She was focused on something ahead of her. Didn't even flinch. Just kept walking, eyes fixed forward like she didn't even see us. As we passed her, I slowed a little and turned my head to look. Her face was blank. Not tired, not scared, not angry, just empty. She didn't look at me. The dog didn't bark. It didn't even seem interested in us. It was just walking slowly at her side, staring straight ahead too. After we passed, I looked back and saw her shape slowly fading into the dark. I got this weird feeling in my stomach, like vertigo, like I was tipping over even though I was standing still. I picked up my pace and caught up to the rest. We didn't talk about it until we were done. And even then, it was just short comments, questions like, did anyone else see that? And where could she have come from? No answers. I still think about those 2 nights more than I probably should. I've seen strange things before, weather stuff, falling stars, even animals acting odd, but nothing that hit like those moments. I guess what really sticks with me is how everything felt off in a way I couldn't explain. Not dangerous, not evil, just wrong. Like the world didn't behave the way it was supposed to for a few minutes. I'm older now, and I don't run much anymore. Life moves on. But every now and then I'll go out late at night to get some air, or drive through the back roads to clear my head. And I think about those runs, about that light, about that silent moment. And I always wonder, what would have happened if we'd run toward it instead of just standing there? Or what if we'd followed that woman and her dog to wherever they were going? I don't know, and I'm not sure I want to. Some things are better left unexplained. Sometimes the weirdest parts of life are the ones where nothing actually happens, but you feel it, deep in your gut, that something was there, just beyond the edge of normal, watching, or waiting, or maybe just passing by. It was one of those warm midweek nights in late summer when everything feels slower and softer. The air had that thick, salty weight to it, heavy with humidity, but just cool enough to feel good on your skin. My boyfriend and I had decided to head out to the beach around 10 or so. We grabbed a couple of old blankets, a thermos of iced tea, and walked the few blocks from our apartment to the shore. Our little beach town usually quiets down after sunset, especially on weekdays. Most tourists had gone back home, and the locals tend to stay in or hang out at one of the bars closer to the harbor. That night, it felt like we had the whole place to ourselves. We picked a spot just to the left of the lifeguard tower. That tower was always sort of a landmark for us. We'd sat under it 100 times, after long walks, late-night talks, and those dumb arguments that never really mattered. It was tucked slightly back from the waterline, where the sand started to slope upward into dunes, and from there you could see a wide stretch of shoreline disappearing into darkness in both directions. The moon was out, but only a sliver. Everything was dim, just enough light to see the edge of the waves, but not much more. The only sounds were the slow, dragging hush of the tide and the occasional creak of the wooden boardwalk behind us when the wind shifted. We laid on the blanket, facing up, our shoulders touching, just talking about nothing in particular. I was tracing lazy circles on his arm while he rambled about some dream he'd had the night before. I remember thinking how still it was. No traffic from the road behind the dunes. No barking dogs. Even the gulls had gone quiet. That kind of stillness can feel peaceful. Or eerie. I think that's what got me later. The quiet was too perfect. We must have been there for close to 45 minutes before we heard the voices. They came from behind us, closer to the boardwalk. At first, it was just faint chatter, like a group of people walking together, joking around. We didn't pay attention at first. It was normal for people to take late walks, maybe a couple of high schoolers sneaking a beer, maybe some night swimmers. But as the group got closer, the volume picked up, and there were a lot of voices. Not 2 or 3. It sounded like at least a dozen, all male, all young, like late teens or early 20s. They were walking along the wooden planks of the boardwalk that runs just above the beach, maybe 30 or 40 feet behind where we were laying. The thing is, from where they were walking, we were mostly hidden. The lifeguard tower was between us and them, and the angle of the boardwalk meant they would have had to look down and to the side to see us, which they didn't. We could hear the thumping of shoes on wood, the kind of careless stomp young guys make when they think they're alone. I stopped tracing my boyfriend's arm. We both tilted our heads slightly, trying not to move too much, just listening. It wasn't the number of them that bothered me, it was the tone of their voices. They weren't laughing like you'd expect from a group of guys hanging out. It sounded more serious, sharp, intentional. We heard them step off the boardwalk onto the sand. The sound changed from wood to crunching grains underfoot. I squinted out past the lifeguard tower and saw a line of dark shapes moving across the sand. They didn't run or stumble. They moved in a tight group, fast and together, like they knew exactly where they were going. They stopped maybe 60 feet down the beach, closer to the water. 15 guys, give or take, now just dark silhouettes against the reflective glimmer of the tide. I couldn't make out any faces. They stood around in a half circle. Then two of them stepped forward and pulled someone into the middle. It wasn't rough, exactly, but there was no question about control. The person in the middle dropped to their knees. It looked like they were being held in place. The group formed a tighter ring around him. That's when the chanting started. It was low at first, just a dull hum. Then it rose, rhythmic, like a repeated phrase. It wasn't a language I recognized, but I knew it wasn't just mumbling. It had structure. It had meaning, at least to them. The sound rose and fell in waves. Sometimes a few voices would drop out while others got louder. It was chilling. It didn't feel like a joke or some frat ritual. It felt deliberate, like a ceremony. I don't know how long I laid there, frozen. My heart started racing, and my breathing got shallow. I tried to calm myself down by focusing on the waves. But even the sound of the ocean couldn't drown them out anymore. My boyfriend sat up a little, leaning on one elbow, squinting toward the group. Neither of us said anything. I think we both knew deep down that we weren't supposed to be witnessing this. I started to panic. I wasn't seeing clearly anymore. My vision was tunneling, and I could feel sweat breaking out on my back, even though the air was cool. I couldn't make out faces or hear individual voices, just that awful, steady chant. I didn't want to move at first. I didn't want to draw attention. But staying meant waiting for them to discover us. And something told me that would be worse. I tapped my boyfriend's arm fast, trying not to make noise, and pointed toward the dunes. They were our only real cover. If we could get up over them, we could circle around and maybe reach the road. I didn't want to risk running across open sand. I started to breathe faster, too fast. My hands were shaking. I couldn't stop picturing what might happen if we were seen. I pictured being pulled into that circle, forced to kneel. I pictured never getting back up. We moved slowly at first, crawling away from the blanket, trying not to draw attention. The dunes weren't far, but every step felt like a mile. The sand was soft and loose under my hands, and I kept slipping. I tried to keep low. I didn't dare look back at the group. I didn't want to know if anyone had seen us. Then we reached the base of the dunes. My boyfriend grabbed my arm, gave one hard tug, and we both stood up at once. We ran. Full-out sprint, bare feet pounding into the cool sand, stumbling through seagrass and small dips in the terrain. My lungs burned. My legs felt like rubber. I kept expecting to hear someone behind us, chasing, yelling. But there was nothing. Just our footfalls and the sound of the wind. We crested the highest dune and tumbled down the other side, landing hard at the bottom. I remember lying there for a second, sucking in air, trying to listen. It was quiet again. That perfect, unnatural quiet. No chanting, no footsteps. Just wind and waves, and the distant hum of a streetlight somewhere inland. We didn't stop moving. We got up and kept going, cutting through the back path that led to the residential streets. The thorns from some bush scratched my calf as we passed. I didn't care. My legs were covered in sand. My hair was matted to my face with sweat. We didn't speak until we were 3 blocks away, standing under the flickering yellow light of a crosswalk near the closed-up ice cream shop. We called our friend. He runs one of the small restaurants right off the beach. He knows everything that goes on around here. If there had been a big party, a film crew, some event, he'd have known. But he said the beach was empty. He'd just been locking up and didn't see anyone out there. I didn't believe him, not really. Maybe he didn't want to get involved. Maybe he thought we were overreacting. Maybe he was telling the truth, and those guys had vanished the second we left. Either way, I didn't push. We just went home. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that circle of people and the one on their knees. I kept thinking about how smooth and fast they moved, like they'd done this before, like they had a plan. I kept hearing the rhythm of the chant, low and strange, looping over and over in my head. The next day, I walked back to the beach in broad daylight. The lifeguard tower looked normal. Our blanket was still there, crumpled and half buried by wind. But there were no footprints. No signs of a struggle. No indication that 15 people had stood on that sand the night before. The tide had come in, maybe. Or maybe they were just that careful. I asked around a little, casual questions. People said it had been a quiet night. No beach parties. No bonfires. No disturbances. Just another sleepy Wednesday in a quiet town. But I know what I saw. We never figured out what it was. Some kind of initiation, maybe. Or something darker. All I know is we weren't meant to be there. And I've never gone back to that part of the beach at night. I avoid the tower now, even in the daylight. Something about it feels different. Like it saw what we saw, and it remembers. I still think about it sometimes. Not every day. Not like at first. But on nights when the sky is heavy and the town feels too quiet, I remember the sound of that chant. I remember the way that person dropped to their knees. I remember how fast we ran. And I wonder if we hadn't. If we'd stayed just a minute longer. If we'd made a sound. If one of them had turned and seen us. I don't like thinking about that part. Because I think they would have come for us. That night still sticks with me clear as day, even though it happened years ago. I was working alone in the park, on one of those quiet, slow nights where you're mostly just passing time until your shift ends. The park I worked at had a rough history, crimes, break-ins, strange incidents. So even though the job was mostly easy, you had to stay alert. We had routine check-ins on the radio every half hour, to let whoever was at the front gate know exactly where we were. If something happened, they'd have a rough idea of where to find us. I'd finished the cleaning work early that night. It wasn't a big job, just the usual sweep-up, trash pickup, and making sure the bathrooms were stocked and clean. All done in a couple of hours. That left me with several hours to just hang out. I was parked at the beach near the jetty, sitting in my truck, flashlight in hand, working on a crossword puzzle. The moon was out, bright and full, casting silvery light over the sand and water. The waves were quiet, barely a whisper against the shore. No wind at all. The beach was completely empty. Then, out of nowhere, something hit the roof of my truck. Bam, bam, bam. 3 loud, heavy thuds that shook the whole truck. I jumped so hard I nearly dropped my pencil. My first thought was someone playing a prank on me. Maybe one of the other rangers out for a late-night walk, sneaking up to scare me. But when I spun around and looked, there was nobody there. Nothing. No one walking away or hiding behind anything. The spot I was in was wide open, with no trees or bushes around for at least 200 yards. Just sand, flat and smooth under the moonlight. The light was bright enough to see pretty far. No sign of a person. The silence was complete except for the gentle lap of water on the shore. No breeze, no rustling leaves, nothing. It didn't add up. I thought maybe someone was crouching down low behind the truck bed or hiding underneath. I grabbed my mag light and got out of the truck. I had my pistol with me too. Though technically it wasn't allowed, I kept it for safety anyway. I shone the light all around the truck, under the bed, along the tires, checked every shadow and nook. Nothing. No footprints in the sand, no disturbed rocks or branches. No animal, no human. No sign that anyone had been there at all. I stood there for a moment, my heart still pounding. The whole thing made no sense. It wasn't a raccoon or some animal because nothing else had moved or made noise. It wasn't the wind because there was no breeze. No rock or branch had fallen. The sound was too loud and solid for that. It was like someone had hammered the roof with their fists, hard enough to shake the truck. But no one was there. I went back to the truck, locked the doors, and decided I'd be better off going back to the gatehouse. The gatehouse was a small building at the park entrance where the other rangers took shifts. I figured maybe I could find someone to sit with for a while, to feel less on edge. Up until that moment, I'd always thought the beach was one of the safest parts of the park. Now, I wasn't so sure. The next few months, I switched to working at the gatehouse on the graveyard shift. It was a little less isolated, and I had more contact with others, which was a relief. The park was closed overnight, but there was a Coast Guard base and a small Navy outpost near the jetty, so there was always some activity. A few rangers lived on site too, but they were mostly tucked away in their cabins. My job was to let people in and out, the Coast Guard, the Navy, the few fishermen who had special passes to fish on the jetty overnight. The rest of the time I was mostly just watching the empty roads, checking that no one sneaked in who shouldn't. The gatehouse had a small TV that played old reruns in black and white, a couple of flickering outdoor lights, and a streetlight about 50 yards in front. There was enough light to see a fair distance, but still plenty of dark spots near the trees and behind the building. Every so often, I'd see shadows moving just outside the door. At first, I thought it was joggers or late-night walkers, but sometimes when I went out to check, there was no one there. One particular night, I was sitting at the desk, watching a rerun, when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. A shadow flickered across the window, quick and smooth. It moved too fast and too low for a person running or walking. I got up and opened the door, flashlight ready, but no one was there. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing disturbed in the dirt or grass. That was when I really started feeling like something was off about the park. It wasn't scary in a dramatic or supernatural way. It was just wrong. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. The darkness felt thick, like it was pressing down on you. The windless nights made every little sound echo, and every shadow seemed to move just a little differently than it should. Sometimes I'd hear strange noises in the distance, shuffling, breathing, or faint footsteps, but when I looked, nothing was there. Once, I thought I saw a figure standing by the edge of the woods, just a silhouette, staring at the gatehouse. I froze for a moment, but when I flicked on my flashlight, it was gone. I never told anyone about those nights, not officially. It sounded ridiculous, and I didn't want to be labeled paranoid or crazy. The other rangers laughed off the shadows and noises as animals or overactive imaginations. But I knew better. I wasn't imagining it. One night, a few months after I started at the gatehouse, I was doing the usual radio check-in. I reported my location and status as normal. The radio crackled back to me, then went silent. I figured it was just a temporary glitch, and went back to my crossword puzzle. Minutes later, I heard a noise outside, soft, scraping sounds near the gate. I looked up, shining my flashlight out the window, but saw nothing. Curious, I stepped outside, the night air cool and damp. The beach was dark and empty, except for the faint moonlight glinting on the wet sand. I walked toward the gate, the flashlight beam cutting through the shadows. Then I saw it, footprints in the sand, large and deep. They started right at the edge of the road, and led into the woods beside the gate. The prints were fresh, no rain or wind had disturbed them, but whoever left them wasn't supposed to be there. I followed the prints slowly, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. They twisted off the path, heading deeper into the park where visitors weren't allowed after dark. I didn't go far, just enough to see that the tracks disappeared near a thicket of bushes. There was no other sign of movement. I went back to the gatehouse, locked the doors, and radioed in. I told the front gate I'd found fresh footprints and would keep watch. They promised to send someone to check in the morning, but nothing ever came of it. After that, the strange things kept happening. Shadows moving just out of sight, noises that stopped when I looked directly at them, and once the roof of the gatehouse was pounded lightly, 3 quick taps, like a signal. No explanation, no sign of who or what made them. I started carrying my pistol openly then, not just for show. I kept my mag light in hand, and always checked the area before leaving the building. Sometimes I'd drive my truck around the perimeter of the park, the headlights cutting through the darkness, looking for anything unusual. Over time, I pieced together a feeling that someone, or something, was watching me. Not from far away, but close. Close enough to strike without warning and vanish before I could see it. The park was quiet, but it wasn't empty. Eventually, I finished my contract and left the job. I never told anyone the full story, mostly because I wasn't sure what to make of it myself. No one ever caught anyone, and no crimes happened during my shifts. But I knew what I saw and heard. That night on the beach, the pounding on my truck, the shadows at the gatehouse, it all added up to something strange and unsettling. Looking back, I think maybe it was someone trying to scare me off, testing my reactions. Maybe a trespasser, or someone using the park to do things they shouldn't. Or maybe it was something else, a presence that used the dark and silence to move unseen. Whatever it was, I learned to respect the quiet, empty places. Not because they were haunted or cursed, but because sometimes real danger hides in the stillness, waiting for the right moment to make itself known. And that night, I realized the park wasn't as safe as I'd thought. Not by a long shot. Last summer was hot. I don't mean kind of hot, I mean the kind of heat that makes the air feel thick, like breathing through a sock. We didn't have much going on. School was out. We were old enough to drive, but still young enough to do dumb things without thinking twice. I had just turned 16 a few weeks before, and all of us were in that same range, 15 or 16, with nothing but time and energy to burn. We were all into mountain biking, mostly downhill stuff. Fast, reckless riding with sharp turns and sketchy landings. A few of the guys had decent bikes, full suspension setups, and one of my buddies, Connor, had been scouting this spot on the edge of town. It was technically private property. Actually, not technically. It was. There were a few faded "no trespassing" signs posted near the gravel path leading up to it, but that didn't really stop us. It had everything we were looking for: rolling hills, thick woods, narrow trails, and a long downhill slope we figured we could use to build some pretty sick jumps. The land was weird though. No house on it, no barn, just this big patch of forested area with open clearings here and there, like someone used to do something with it years ago, but gave up and let nature take it back. We parked a few streets away, walked in through a side trail Connor had found on Google Maps, and started exploring. We were maybe a group of 6. Me, Connor, Jake, Ricky, Kyle, and Nolan. All of us had our bikes except for Nolan. His chain had snapped earlier that week, but he still came to hang out. We spent the first part of the afternoon just walking it, figuring out where we could maybe build ramps, where the ground was too soft, where it dipped too sharply. We talked a lot about bringing shovels back the next weekend to start digging, but that was before we found the creek. It wasn't much at first, just a little dip in the ground where water was trickling along the rocks. It cut through a lower part of the property, surrounded by brush and some thick, almost too green ferns. The air down there felt cooler. The sun couldn't really cut through the leaves above us, and the ground was a little muddy, which made it a pain to walk on with our sneakers slipping around. We were wandering along the water, some of us tossing rocks into it, when Connor yelled out. His voice cracked halfway through, so I couldn't tell if he was joking or actually freaked out. He said something like, "Yo guys, seriously, come here." We all jogged over. He was standing a little ways off the trail, staring down at this white bucket. Or I should say, a bucket that used to be white. I remember stopping a few feet away and just staring at it. You know how sometimes your brain doesn't process something right away? Like it sees something, but it doesn't fully click because it's too weird? That's how it felt. The bucket was stained dark red, like someone had poured old paint into it, but the color was uneven and had this dried, crusty layer over the top edge. The closer we got, the more it hit us, this horrible, sour smell. It was like raw meat that had been left in a hot car for days, mixed with something else. Rot. Shit. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I nearly gagged. We all did. The bucket had a lid at first, one of those snap-on kinds, but it was halfway off, like someone had popped it loose and never sealed it again. I remember standing behind Jake as he leaned forward and yanked it off the rest of the way. Inside man. I've tried to explain it before, but no one really gets it unless they were there. There was something inside, something that used to be alive. Not whole, not in one piece, but parts, like chunks. We saw strands of long, dirty blonde hair matted together with dried blood, and mixed in with the hair were things that looked like organs. A lung, I think. We weren't experts, but it looked like one. Guts too, maybe intestines or whatever. It didn't look like an animal though. I mean, it could have been, but there was something off about it. The hair was too clean, too human looking. I didn't want to touch it. None of us did at first. But when you're that age, and you're with your friends, and someone does something dumb, you don't want to be the one who backs down. So someone tipped it over. Everything inside slid out slowly, like it had been soaking in some thick fluid. It left this wet stain on the dirt and rocks. The guts spilled out in a tangled mess, and the hair flopped over the top like spaghetti. It was Connor, I think, who started poking around with a stick. He was using it to separate the stuff, trying to see if there was anything else inside. I remember standing there, frozen, staring at this small piece of rib or maybe cartilage, just sitting in the dirt. I had goosebumps all over. My mouth was dry, but I felt like I was going to puke. We didn't talk much in that moment. Everyone was just staring, shifting around, trying to figure out what the hell we were looking at. The smell got worse as the sun kept hitting it. That metallic, dead meat smell mixed with the wet earth and creek water. Then we found the other buckets. We had started heading back fast because none of us wanted to be there anymore. I felt this buzzing in my head, like everything was too quiet, but my heartbeat was super loud in my ears. I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder. Jake was the first to see another one. It was sitting under a tree, tucked behind some bushes. This one wasn't as covered in blood, but the lid was snapped tight. Then we found another, and then another after that. 3 more in total. All of them the same kind of industrial white bucket, the kind you'd get at a hardware store or a construction site. Some had little streaks of dried blood on them, others just smelled awful. But we didn't open them. We didn't want to know. We got out of there fast. The climb back up the hill felt longer than it had on the way down. We were all sweating, not just from the heat now, but from adrenaline. No one was cracking jokes anymore. No one was talking about bike jumps. I kept looking around the woods, expecting to see someone watching us. When we got back to the road where we parked, we piled into Jake's old minivan and sat there for a minute. The air inside was hot, but no one turned the engine on. We just sat in silence, catching our breath, staring out the windshield. I don't know who said it, but one of us finally said we had to call the cops. We didn't want to. We talked about it. We were scared we'd get in trouble for trespassing. But that thing, whatever it was in the bucket, wasn't right. Even if it was an animal, it had been cut up and left in a really messed up way. If it was human, we didn't even want to think about that. So we called, gave them the location, kind of. We said it was near the old water tower trail, which wasn't exactly true, but it was close enough. Told them we found something suspicious in the woods. Didn't give our names at first, just said it needed to be checked out. But they traced the number anyway, or maybe they were already close, because a cop showed up maybe 20 minutes later. He was older, short buzz cut, mirrored sunglasses even though the sun was going down. He parked behind us and walked up real slow, hand on his belt. We explained what happened. Left out the trespassing part at first, but he asked if we were on the land when we found it, and we nodded. He didn't say much, just told us we needed to leave and not come back, that we shouldn't be going places we weren't allowed. Then, as we were pulling away, 2 more cop cars came flying past us. Lights on, sirens off. They sped down the path we just walked out of, wheels kicking up dirt and gravel. We didn't say much after that. I think we were all processing it in our own way. I remember staring out the window, watching the trees blur by, wondering what those buckets really were. Who put them there? Why leave them in the open like that? We never heard anything else about it. No news story. No follow-up. No articles. No rumors even. We checked for a few weeks, Google, the local papers, Facebook groups. Nothing. It was like it never happened. I asked my older cousin, who works with search and rescue, what a lung looks like once. Just casually. He said it would be pinkish if it's fresh, but turn gray or purple fast. Said the only time he'd seen anything like that was when a hunter lost a dog and found it half-eaten near a bait station. But dogs don't have blonde hair. Not like that. Sometimes I still think about it, especially when I'm biking solo. That feeling of walking into somewhere you're not supposed to be, and the air just feels wrong, like the woods are holding their breath. We never went back to that land, not even to peek. We didn't even talk about building jumps there anymore. It was like we'd erased it from our memory on purpose. But I still see it when I close my eyes sometimes. That bloody bucket. The way the hair slid out like it didn't belong. The way the cops told us to leave, but then called in backup right after. I don't know what we found that day. I'm not sure I ever want to. It was the late 1990s, and I was 16, living with my grandparents in a small town in Georgia. Back then, I was really into mountain biking, always had been. The summer I got my new GT bike, I couldn't wait to take it out for a proper ride. Up until then, I mostly stuck to paved roads and bike trails near home, but I wanted to see what this bike could really do, especially off-road. So when my grandparents mentioned we were going to visit our cousins, who lived way out in the backwoods, I saw my chance. They called them redneck cousins, a nickname that made me chuckle at first, but I wasn't worried. I thought it would be a fun trip, and the wooded area where they lived seemed perfect for testing out my bike on dirt trails and gravel roads. We drove for a couple of hours, leaving behind the highways and towns, heading deeper into what felt like another world. The further we went, the fewer houses we saw, and the thicker the trees got. Eventually, we arrived at this ramshackle, old farmhouse surrounded by dense woods. The kind of place where the sun didn't seem to fully touch the ground because of all the tall trees. My cousins were friendly enough, though a bit rough around the edges, and their home was a mix of old metal signs, rusted trucks, and dogs barking in the distance. I was eager to get my bike off the rack as soon as we pulled in, itching to explore the area. They had a few dirt paths and gravel roads around their property, some leading into the thick forest. My grandparents warned me to stick close and be careful, but I was confident. I thought, I know these woods, I can handle this. I told them I just wanted to take a quick ride around to check out the trails before dark. What started as a simple bike ride quickly spiraled into something I didn't expect. The first part of the ride was fine. I stayed near the property, riding on the familiar dirt tracks, the wind brushing past my face, and the smell of pine and earth filling my nostrils. I felt that rush every mountain biker knows, the mix of excitement and freedom. But after a little while, curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to push further. I wanted to find a longer trail, something that would test my new bike and my skills. I followed a faint path leading away from the farmhouse. It was narrow, uneven, and covered in fallen leaves and twigs. The trees loomed tall and close on either side, their branches casting long shadows. The sun was still out, but I could already tell the woods were thick enough that the light barely penetrated. I biked deeper and deeper into the forest, feeling more alone with every turn. After some time, the trail opened up onto a gravel road, wide enough for a car, but quiet and deserted. The gravel crunched loudly under my tires, the only sound besides the occasional distant bird call. The sun was dipping below the horizon now, and the forest was beginning to darken. I decided to keep going down the gravel road, eager to see where it led. After all, I wasn't far from the farmhouse, or so I thought. The forest grew darker and denser as night crept in. My headlights, just a small clip-on lamp on my bike, barely illuminated more than a few feet ahead. The crunch of gravel was louder now, echoing in the stillness. It felt like the woods were holding their breath. Then, out of nowhere, I started hearing music. At first, I thought it was my imagination. The sound was faint, far off. But as I listened closer, I realized it was a recognizable song. It was Elvis. I Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog, sung in a slow, scratchy way, like it was playing on an old radio. The sound didn't come from a single direction. It echoed through the trees, bouncing off the trunks, weaving in and out of the darkness. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, but it was definitely getting louder as I moved forward. My heart started pounding. I was alone, in the middle of nowhere, on a dark gravel road with strange music playing from the woods. I stopped and looked around. There was no house, no car, no light. Just thick trees all around. The music was loud now, loud enough that I could barely hear my own breathing. Then I saw it, a camper trailer sitting deep in the woods, just off the road. It was old and rusted, the kind you'd see in old movies about wandering travelers or squatters. It was completely dark, no lights on, no smoke from a chimney, nothing. Just the music. The sound was so loud it felt like it was inside my head. I didn't want to stay near it. Something about that trailer sent a chill down my spine. The music was out of place in that empty, silent forest, like a reminder of something I didn't want to face. I turned my bike around and pedaled as fast as I could, trying not to look back. The gravel road stretched on, the crunch of my tires the only sound now. My pulse was racing, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone or something, but there was nothing, just dark trees and thick shadows. Hours passed. I lost track of time, not sure if it was 1 a.m. or closer to dawn. I kept riding, hoping to find a familiar road or a sign of civilization. My legs burned from the effort, and my mouth was dry from thirst. The darkness was suffocating. Finally, I came upon a small restaurant, its windows boarded up and the door locked. It looked long abandoned, but I was desperate. I noticed the back door was cracked open slightly. I pried it open and slipped inside, grateful to find a phone on the wall. I called my grandparents, voice shaking, telling them I was lost. The police arrived soon after, and I waited outside in the cold as they searched the woods nearby. My grandparents showed up not long after, relief washing over their faces when they saw me. The next day, I helped fix the broken window at the restaurant. The police told me to be careful and never wander off alone like that again. I thought that was the end of it, just a long, scary night lost in the woods, nothing more. But a couple of years later, in late '99, a friend and I decided to go mountain biking again in that same area. We had both gotten better since then, confident in our skills and eager for some adventure. We picked a warm afternoon and drove back to the general area of the backwoods where I'd gotten lost before. This time, I was more prepared, and we planned a route ahead of time. As we rode through the forest, We took it slow, enjoying the quiet woods and the feeling of the wind in our faces. The gravel roads, the dirt trails, everything felt familiar and welcoming during the daylight. What I hadn't realized until that day was how close we were passing to an old, forgotten cemetery. It was a small patch of land, hidden just off a side trail, swallowed up by the forest. The gravestones were cracked and broken, some toppled over and covered in moss and vines. The place was clearly from the 1800s, weathered, worn, forgotten by time. The trees grew thick around it, and wildflowers had started to reclaim the ground. As we rode past the cemetery, the light was starting to fade. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the woods. I saw something out of the corner of my eye. At first, I thought it might be a trick of the light, but then I noticed it more clearly, a small orb, glowing softly among the trees. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen. The orb hovered there, maybe a few feet off the ground, no bigger than a baseball. The colors inside it swirled slowly, bright orange, green, purple, blue, shifting and mixing in a mesmerizing dance. I stopped immediately and signaled for my friend to do the same. We both stood there, staring at it, frozen in place. It didn't flicker or move closer. It just hovered, glowing quietly in the dimming light. I felt a strange pull, a curiosity to get closer and see it better. But before I could take a step forward, I heard my friend start pedaling furiously away. He was terrified. Without saying a word, he took off down the trail, his bike kicking up dust and leaves. His sudden flight freaked me out, and I had no choice but to follow. We didn't look back, just raced toward the car, the orb's glow disappearing behind us. When we reached the car, he locked the doors and started the engine immediately, as if we had been running from something dangerous. I never asked him why he ran. His reaction was enough to convince me I didn't want to stick around either. I still don't know what that orb was. It wasn't anything like the stories you hear about ghosts or spirits. It was just a strange light, something natural yet unexplainable. I've thought about it a lot over the years, trying to find a reasonable explanation. Maybe it was some kind of gas or chemical reaction, or maybe it was something else entirely. But no matter how much I think about it, I haven't come up with a good answer. The woods around my cousin's place, with their old gravel roads, forgotten cemetery, and that eerie orb, remain one of the most unsettling memories I have. It was a place where I felt both the thrill of adventure and the chill of something unknown. Not supernatural, just strange and real enough to make me never want to go back alone again. It was something we started doing without really planning it. Every once in a while, when the weather felt right and we didn't have much going on, I'd grab my guitar and we'd hike up to this little hill just outside of town. It wasn't far, maybe a 15-minute walk, and it was quiet, calm, with just enough elevation to see the town lights blink on in the dusk. From the top, you could hear the faint hum of traffic if the wind was right, but usually it felt like we were miles away from everything. It was our little spot. The hill wasn't much to look at from below, just part of a small ridge overgrown with brush and scattered trees. But there was a flat area near the top, a kind of clearing where someone must have set up a few logs or rocks years ago. We didn't see anyone else there, ever. It felt like ours. That night was like any of the others. I threw my guitar in a soft case, slung it over my shoulder, and we set off as the sun started dipping behind the hills. It had been a warm day, but the breeze cooled things down fast. I remember the walk feeling easy, our feet crunching over dry leaves and loose dirt, a few bugs flitting around our faces as we moved through patches of goldenrod and old oak. We reached the top just as the last bit of orange faded from the sky. The town below had started to glow. Little pockets of warm yellow light, headlights winding along distant roads, the occasional flicker of motion. From that high up, everything looked calm. Still, I set the guitar down gently, unzipped the case, and sat on the flat rock I always used. She sat next to me, pulling her jacket tighter around her shoulders. I strummed a few chords. Nothing fancy, just the stuff I knew she liked. It was quiet enough to hear the notes drift out and vanish into the dark trees around us. We weren't talking much. We didn't need to. I remember feeling completely content, like everything in the world had slowed down just for us. I kept playing for a while, maybe half an hour, until my fingers started to feel stiff. I set the guitar back down, and we leaned back on our hands, looking up at the stars. They were sharp and clear that night, the kind of sky that made you forget about everything else. That's when it happened. It didn't come from above us or far off in the trees. It came from the ground, maybe 15 or 20 feet behind where we sat, somewhere just beyond the clearing. It wasn't loud at first. It was sudden, a scream. I don't know how else to describe it. It was a scream, but not like anything I'd ever heard before. Not human, not even close. And I've spent a lot of time outdoors. I've heard foxes, owls, rabbits in distress, even the scream of a bobcat once. But this wasn't any of those. It was deeper, guttural. It started with a pitch so low I could feel it in my chest. And then it climbed into this sharp, keening shriek that sounded almost like metal being torn in half. It lasted about 2 seconds. That's all. 2 seconds, and every hair on my body was standing up straight. My arms broke out in goosebumps so fast it felt like static crawling across my skin. I didn't move for a split second. I just froze. My breath caught in my throat. My body didn't even feel like mine. Then, without thinking, I was on my feet. I reached down and grabbed her hand. She was still sitting, stunned, but I pulled her up in one motion. I didn't even say anything at first. I just looked toward the spot where the scream had come from. My eyes were locked on it. My body felt like it had already made the decision. Get up, move, don't turn your back, don't run. There was nothing there. Just shadows. The edge of the clearing, where the grass met a cluster of trees and the brush grew thick. It was completely dark now. The moon wasn't up yet. The only light we had was from the stars and the town far below. I didn't want to shine a light. That might have felt like inviting something closer. I don't even know what I mean by that. It just felt wrong to use light. Like whatever made that sound would see it and come straight for us. So we walked. Slowly. I didn't let go of her hand. I stepped backward, my eyes still locked on the trees, trying to scan for any shape or movement. I had my other hand clenched tight around the neck of my guitar like a club. My heart was hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears. My legs felt weak, but I kept walking. Every few seconds, I thought I saw something shift behind the trees. Just enough to make me doubt whether it was real or just my eyes playing tricks on me. A dark spot that seemed to shift slightly. A branch that looked bent the wrong way. But nothing came out. No more sounds. We reached the trail without looking back. I didn't let her take the lead. I stayed behind her the whole way down, walking backward, my hand still in hers. I kept the guitar raised in one arm, ready to swing at anything. My legs stumbled a few times over roots and rocks, but I didn't dare turn around. I just kept going. Every time a twig snapped behind us, just the sound of normal forest life, it felt like something was following. I couldn't shake that feeling, that we were being watched, followed. She didn't say anything either. Her grip was tight on my hand. I could feel how tense she was just from the way her fingers dug into mine. Neither of us wanted to break the silence. I was breathing through my nose, trying not to make noise. Every breath felt too loud. Every step I took backward made the brush crunch just a little too much. The forest was thick around the trail, especially near the bottom. There were places where you couldn't see more than 5 or 6 feet off the trail in either direction. Every one of those shadowy spots felt like a hiding place. It felt like it took an hour to get down, but it was probably only 10 minutes. When we finally reached the road where we had parked, I didn't relax. Not yet. I walked around the car, still scanning the trees. She unlocked it, and I opened her door and made sure she got inside first. Then I slid in next to her, shut the door, and locked it. Only then did I let out a long breath. The silence inside the car felt loud. My ears were still ringing from the shock of the scream, or maybe just the adrenaline. I didn't start the car for a full minute. Just sat there, trying to calm my breathing. When we drove away, I kept checking the rearview mirror until the road bent and the trailhead disappeared behind the trees. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, playing that sound over and over in my head. I couldn't even describe it properly. It was like nothing I'd heard before, and that made it worse. I searched online for hours. Screams from known animals. Mountain lion, coyote, owl, fox, bobcat, elk, even weird ones, fisher cat, porcupine, raccoon. Anything. Nothing matched. Not just the sound, but where it came from. It wasn't high up like a bird. It wasn't running through the brush like a deer or a cat. It had come from low to the ground, not far behind us. Stationary. Watching. The fact that it never moved, that was what kept creeping me out. It could have easily stepped into the clearing. It could have made another sound. But it didn't. Just that one scream. Like a warning. like it wanted us gone. I've thought about it a lot since then. Tried to convince myself it was just some animal with a messed up call. Maybe it was injured. Maybe something I'd never heard before, rare in our area. That's the safest way to think about it. But that night didn't feel like a wildlife encounter. It felt intentional. We haven't been back to that hill since. I haven't played guitar outside since either. That used to be one of my favorite things to do, just sit out under the sky and play for her. But something about that night drained the fun out of it. Took away the peace I used to feel up there. Replaced it with something cold, watchful. I still think about how fast everything changed. 1 second, it was perfect. A quiet night, good weather, the stars bright overhead. Then, just like that, it turned. Now when I think about hiking, I make sure it's somewhere familiar. Somewhere open. Somewhere I can see a long way in every direction. That's the part that sticks with me the most, I think. We didn't see anything. It was the not knowing that did it. That scream, out of nowhere, from something you can't name, only 15 feet away, and then nothing. No chase. No growls. Just the scream and the silence after. Sometimes when I play guitar in my room now, I get a weird feeling. Like something changed in me that night. Like part of me is still listening for that sound, waiting for it to come back. But it never does. And I never want it to. Several months back, I was at my parents' house in Utah Valley. It was a clear, cool night, and the air felt crisp but not cold. The kind of night that makes you want to be outside but still wrapped up in a light jacket. The sky stretched wide overhead, a deep, velvety black sprinkled with countless stars that seemed to hang so low you could almost reach out and touch them. The neighborhood was quiet. The hum of the day's life had faded away, replaced by the occasional chirp of a cricket or the rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. It was maybe 8 or 9 in the evening, the sort of hour when the world slows down, and you notice little things you might miss in the daytime. I was out with my dog, a medium-sized mutt with a thick coat and boundless energy. We'd been walking for a little while, circling around the block and down toward the edge of the neighborhood. My parents' house sat near the middle of a quiet street lined with modest homes. Nothing fancy, just typical suburban houses spaced evenly apart, each with their own yards and trees. My dog was off-leash, as usual, wandering ahead but never too far, always keeping me in sight or hearing range with the soft jingle of his collar tags. The walk was calm, uneventful at first. The streetlights cast a warm, yellow glow over the pavement, making long shadows stretch behind the trees and bushes lining the sidewalks. My breath was visible in the chilly air, but only faintly, and I felt completely at ease, enjoying the night. I took a deep breath and stopped near the corner of my parents' property, just one house away. I crouched down to scratch behind my dog's ears as he sat, looking alert but relaxed, his tail wagging slowly. I looked up, glancing toward the sky. I often did this on clear nights, sometimes searching for familiar constellations or just admiring the endless spread of stars. That night, my eyes were drawn toward the southeast sky, where the stars twinkled sharply and the air seemed darker, deeper. I was about to move on, but then I noticed something strange. There were 4 orange lights, bright and steady, drifting slowly across the sky in a diagonal line. They were roughly the size of bright stars or distant airplanes, but their color was unusual. None of the typical white, red, or green that aircraft lights have. These were a pure, glowing orange, like little embers floating in the dark. They weren't blinking or flashing like planes or satellites usually do, just smooth, consistent orbs of light. I stood up and focused on them, curiosity pulling me in. The 4 lights moved steadily but not fast, crossing the sky diagonally from the southeast toward the south. I was puzzled. They weren't shooting stars. They didn't have the tail of light that falling meteors leave behind. They didn't blink or change direction like airplanes, and they certainly didn't behave like satellites, which typically travel in straight lines and are more white or pale. I scanned the sky quickly, double-checking for any other lights or signs that might explain what I was seeing. Nothing else moved nearby, just those 4 orange dots floating in perfect formation. I watched for several minutes, unable to tear my eyes away. The dog, meanwhile, seemed calm, lying down at my feet, occasionally looking up at the lights as if curious but not alarmed. Then, the most bizarre part happened. The topmost orange light, the one furthest north and highest in the diagonal line, slowed down until it came almost to a stop. The other three continued moving for a few moments, but then one by one, they changed course, veering slightly and moving to line up perfectly with that first light, forming a straight horizontal line of 4 glowing orange dots in the sky. It was so precise it looked almost mechanical, like the lights were connected by an invisible string. The lights stayed like that for a few seconds, still perfectly aligned. Then they started to blink. The blinking wasn't random or fast. It was slow and deliberate. One by one, starting with the top light, each light blinked several times. Then, suddenly, each light shot off one by one toward the south, streaking like shooting stars but in a straight line. The orange light streaked bright and fast, disappearing quickly into the darkness, until the last one vanished completely and the sky was empty again. I stood there, blinking in disbelief. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. There was no sound, no engines, no humming, no noise at all. Just those glowing orange lights moving in ways that no normal aircraft or natural phenomena I knew could do. I checked my phone for any news or alerts, but there was nothing. No reports of drones, fireworks, or anything unusual in the area. My dog stood and nudged my leg, breaking me out of my daze. We started walking back toward the house slowly, both of us quiet. The next few nights, I went back out around the same time, hoping to catch the lights again or find some explanation. But nothing. Just the usual quiet night sky, stars shining their steady white and blue. No orange dots, no slow, precise movements. I talked to a few friends and family, trying to describe what I saw. Some thought maybe it was drones. There's been a rise in drone use lately, after all, but none fit the description. For drones flying in perfect formation, blinking slowly, and then shooting off like meteors, it seemed unlikely. Others suggested satellites or space debris re-entering the atmosphere, but the movement wasn't consistent with that either. Satellites don't slow down, stop, and line up like that. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how strange it all was. The calmness of the night, the way the lights moved with such purpose, the perfect alignment, all of it felt deliberate. Like whoever or whatever was controlling them was sending a message, or performing some kind of silent display meant to be seen, but not heard. I couldn't find any footage or reports online from others in the area. No one else mentioned anything like it, which made me wonder if it was something very localized, or if maybe people saw it, but didn't pay attention or didn't know what it was. That night stuck with me, though. I still think about it whenever I look up at the sky. Sometimes I wonder if it was a test run for some new technology, maybe military drones or surveillance equipment that isn't public knowledge yet. Or maybe it was something else entirely, an unknown phenomenon that science hasn't explained. Whatever it wasn't ordinary, and it wasn't something I could just ignore. Even now, months later, I get a little uneasy remembering how perfectly those lights moved, how silent everything was around me, how alone I felt under that wide sky. It wasn't scary in the traditional sense. There was no threat, no danger, but there was a sense of something unfamiliar, something beyond my understanding. It was like witnessing a secret I wasn't meant to see. The rest of the night passed quietly. I finished the walk with my dog, and when we got back to my parents' house, I went inside, shut the door, and sat by the window for a long time, staring out at the darkened street and the stars above. I tried to convince myself that maybe there was a perfectly normal explanation, but deep down, I knew what I'd seen was different. No one else seemed to notice or care, but for me, that night remains a mystery, a strange, silent encounter with something just beyond the edge of normal life. It wasn't a story of fear or danger, but of wonder and confusion, and maybe a reminder that there's still a lot about our world and the sky above that we just don't understand yet, and that in its own way is both unsettling and strangely beautiful. It was the summer after my first year out of college, and my parents decided it would be a good time to take a trip out to South Dakota to visit the town where my grandfather was born. I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head, some tiny town in the middle of nowhere, the kind of place you'd pass through without even realizing you'd done it. One gas station, a couple diners, grain silos, and a post office. That kind of town. They'd been planning it for a while, said they wanted to see what was left of the old house he grew up in and visit the grave of my great-grandmother. I didn't really care much either way, but my sister had time off too, and my parents said we could each drive one of the cars to make it easier with the amount of stuff we were hauling for the trip. So she and I ended up in my dad's older sedan, while they took the SUV with Grandpa. We left around the same time that morning, but my sister and I made a couple stops, bathroom breaks, gas, snacks. She liked those weird fruit drinks they sell at gas stations and had to stop every couple hours. So eventually my parents got a bit ahead of us on the road. Cell reception was on and off, mostly off. Lots of the drive was long, flat stretches of road through open fields or prairie. No towns, no exits, just miles and miles of grass and the occasional old fence or power line. I remember the sun being high in the sky. Bright. It was that kind of dry, endless brightness that feels like it presses down on you. The road shimmered ahead of us like it was melting. We'd been driving for what felt like forever, somewhere between Rapid City and wherever the hell we were going. Just farmland and hills for as far as you could see. Not much else. The car was getting stuffy. My sister was scrolling through her music, trying to find something we hadn't already played to death. I was zoning out behind the wheel, just focused on keeping the car steady in that slight crosswind that never lets up in the plains. Then my stomach twisted. It wasn't the usual grumble or a small cramp. It hit fast and deep, like a wrench was being twisted inside my gut. The kind of pain that takes your breath for a second. If you've got Crohn's, you know that feeling. You can't plan for it. It just shows up. It wasn't the first time it had blindsided me, and I could tell right away this wasn't something I could just ignore and wait to pass. I clenched the wheel and looked around. We hadn't passed anything for miles, but just up ahead, there was a narrow bridge crossing a river. It wasn't anything big, just one of those older two-lane bridges made of weathered concrete and rust-streaked metal rails. The kind of place you wouldn't even glance at twice. The river below wasn't very wide but looked deep, winding through a shallow, brushy valley. No signs, no buildings, no trailheads. Just the bridge and the river and a couple of scraggly trees. I pulled off onto the shoulder just before the bridge and put the car in park. My sister looked up from her phone. I told her I needed a minute and opened the door. She gave me a weird look, but didn't ask questions. She knows the drill. When Crohn's hits, you don't have time to debate your options. You just move. I stepped over the guardrail and scrambled down the grassy slope on the side of the bridge. The bank wasn't too steep, and the dirt was dry and hard-packed, scattered with rocks and clumps of brush. The bridge's understructure created a shaded area beneath it, supported by wide concrete columns. It was quiet down there, still. The kind of quiet that you only get way out in the middle of nowhere. No wind, no birds, just the low hum of the river flowing beneath the bridge. I ducked under the beams and found a spot just out of sight from the road, behind one of the supports. The air was cooler in the shade. My guts were starting to really twist now. I unzipped my backpack, looking for the small roll of toilet paper I always kept in the side pouch. I dropped the pack at my feet and started undoing my belt. Then I heard it. A voice. A man's voice, not loud, not angry. Just calm, like someone asking a normal question. It wasn't what he said that got me. It was just that there was a voice at all. That sudden awareness that I wasn't alone. I froze and looked up. There was a man standing under the bridge, maybe 10 feet away from me. I hadn't heard him come down. No footsteps, no rustling, no gravel crunching. He was just there, standing between the columns in the shadows. He wasn't a hiker, not dressed like one. He wasn't homeless, at least not obviously. Just a regular guy, maybe in his late 40s or early 50s. He was wearing jeans and a dark windbreaker, baseball cap pulled low. His hands were at his sides, relaxed. His face was in the shadow, but I could see he was clean-shaven. I was caught off guard. I hadn't even pulled my pants down yet, thank God, but I was standing there like an idiot, belt halfway undone, holding a roll of toilet paper. I had no idea what to say. I blurted something out, something about looking for something that blew out of the car. I don't remember exactly what. I was trying to make it sound casual, but my voice was tight, too high. My mouth was dry. He just stood there for a second. Then he looked down at the ground like he was thinking. After a moment, he said something. I wish I remembered what, but it wasn't anything that stuck in my head. He wasn't threatening, just weird. Too calm, too quiet. Then he turned and walked off. Not fast, just walked away, deeper into the shaded area under the bridge, toward the other side of the riverbank. He didn't say goodbye or anything, just turned and left. I stood there frozen for a second, trying to process what just happened. I didn't feel right. Not scared exactly, just wrong. Like the atmosphere had shifted. I waited until he was out of sight, then quickly did my business. No way I could wait. I kept looking over my shoulder the whole time, half expecting him to come back. When I finished, I stuffed the used TP into a baggie, shoved it into my pack, and climbed back up the slope. The sun was still bright when I came up over the guardrail. My sister was sitting in the front seat, music playing softly from the speakers. She looked up when she saw me and raised her eyebrows. I opened the door and slid into the driver's seat. My heart was still beating hard. Where the hell did that guy come from? I asked. She looked at me, confused. What guy? I paused. The guy who was under the bridge. She shook her head slowly. There wasn't anyone. I looked out the window, scanning both sides of the road. Nothing. Just fields and scrub and the bridge behind us. I turned in my seat, leaned over, and looked back. No vehicles. No bikes. No paths down either side. Just the bridge and the river. There was nowhere for him to go. I got out of the car again, walked a few steps along the shoulder, scanning the edges. No footprints in the dirt. No movement. No sign of anyone at all. Just silence. I climbed back into the car, shut the door, and started driving again. I didn't say anything else. Neither did my sister. We didn't talk about it the rest of the day. That night we made it to the town where my grandfather was born. We had dinner at some family-run place on the main street, stayed in an old motel with creaky floors and cigarette burns in the blankets. My parents were talking about family history, showing my grandfather old photos from a box they'd brought. I just nodded and smiled, but my mind kept drifting back to the bridge. I thought about the guy, how calm he was, how he just appeared out of nowhere, how he walked away and vanished like he'd melted into the trees. Over the next couple of days, I kept thinking about it, trying to reason it out. Maybe he had parked somewhere out of sight. Maybe he lived nearby and came down to fish or just hang out. Maybe he was just some local guy walking the riverbed and I'd surprised him. But there was no trail, no sign of any other car, no driveways, nothing. I even looked at satellite maps later when I got home. That whole area was nothing but open land and water. I never saw any reports about a missing person or strange sightings. Never heard anything else about that bridge. It wasn't famous, not haunted, just an old, quiet place in the middle of nowhere. But every now and then, when I'm driving through remote stretches of road and see a river cutting through the land, I think about that moment, about the way the man just stood there, how I didn't hear him arrive, how he didn't try to explain who he was or what he was doing. I never saw where he came from. I never saw where he went. A few years back, I had an experience that stuck with me, clear as if it happened yesterday. It was the middle of the night, maybe around 2 or 3 a.m. I was outside on my porch, just having a smoke. The night was still and quiet, the kind of silence that presses against your ears and makes every little sound pop out. My neighborhood wasn't super busy at night, so I liked these quiet moments where I could sit and think, smoke in hand, just watching the world around me. The porch light was dim, just enough to see the edges of the porch and the steps leading down to the street. The street itself was empty, the houses mostly dark. A few had porch lights on, but for the most part, it was just the occasional sound of a car passing by somewhere far off. The air was cool, crisp, with a slight breeze that moved the leaves on the trees lining the street. The scent of fresh-cut grass mixed with the faint smell of my cigarette smoke. I wasn't really paying attention to much beyond the little light pools around me, just enjoying the quiet. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught movement on the street. At first, I thought it might be a dog, because in my neighborhood, it wasn't uncommon to see strays wandering around at night. But as I looked up and focused, what I saw didn't fit with any normal dog I'd ever seen. The creature was running down the street, coming toward my side of the neighborhood, but still at a distance. It was definitely canine in shape, a long body, for legs, a tail, but it was unlike anything I'd ever laid eyes on. For one thing, it was huge, much bigger than any dog I'd seen roaming around. Bigger than a German Shepherd, or even a big Mastiff. It looked almost like a wolf at first glance because of its size and shape, but this was no wolf. Wolves around here are rare, and what I saw didn't look right for a wolf. The fur was a mess, dirty and matted, like it hadn't been cared for in a long time. It looked wild and ragged, and chunks of fur were missing, especially on its tail. The tail looked patchy, almost like it had been torn or bitten. The whole creature looked like it had been in a fight or some kind of struggle. Its body was thin but muscular, like it was lean from hunger or constant running. What really made it stand out was the way it moved. It wasn't running like a normal dog or wolf. Its gait was strange, like it was limping or favoring one side, but still moving fast and with purpose. It looked hunted, scared, and aggressive all at once. Its head was low, eyes fixed on the ground or just ahead, and every now and then it would glance up sharply, like it was checking for threats or being careful. I couldn't tear my eyes away. I sat frozen on the porch, smoke halfway to my mouth, completely caught off guard. I'd never seen anything like this before, and my brain was racing trying to figure out what it was. At first, I thought maybe it was just a really mangy dog that got into a fight with another animal and ran off, but the size didn't add up. I've lived here for years, and I knew every stray dog in the area. None of them were this big, and it wasn't a coyote either. Coyotes here tend to be smaller and more scruffy looking, but they don't get this big, and the way this thing moved was off. The streetlights cast weird shadows, making the creature look even more surreal. The dark night helped hide some of its details, but the rough patches of missing fur were clearly visible as it ran past pools of light from the street lamps. I remember the sound it made too. Not a bark, not a howl, but a low guttural growl mixed with a weird wheezing noise that made my skin crawl. It didn't sound like any normal animal's voice. It was almost like it was hurt and in pain, but still trying to warn off anything that might come near. It ran past my porch and headed toward the corner down the street. I kept watching as it disappeared out of sight, turning the corner sharply and vanishing into the darkness beyond the streetlights. After that, I never saw it again. For the rest of the night, I sat on the porch, trying to process what I'd seen. My mind jumped to strange thoughts. Was it some kind of escaped exotic animal? A wild dog nobody knew about? Or was it something else, some unknown beast from the woods or deeper into the countryside nearby? I pushed those ideas away because they seemed crazy, but the image of that creature stayed with me, vivid and haunting. I couldn't sleep after that. I kept thinking about that creature's ragged fur, the missing chunks on its tail, the way it limped but kept running, how it looked exhausted but desperate. It seemed like something that had been through hell and was still fighting to survive. I wondered if it had escaped from someone's property or if it had been attacked by a pack of animals. The scratches and torn fur suggested a recent fight, maybe with other dogs or wildlife. I told myself it was probably a big stray dog, sick and hurt, but the size and strange way it moved just didn't fit any stray or wild animal I knew. The next morning, I looked around the neighborhood and the nearby wooded areas to see if I could find any signs of the creature. No paw prints, no fur, no blood, nothing. The street was quiet and normal, just the usual neighborhood noises during the day. I checked online and called a few local animal control people, just in case anyone had reports of a large dog or wolf-like creature roaming around. There was nothing, no missing pets, no reports of fights or strange animals in the area. Weeks went by, and the memory of that night stayed with me. Sometimes I'd see a similar shadow in the distance, or a large dog running down the street, but never anything like that creature again. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. I thought about the possibility that it was a wild animal drifting into town from the nearby forests, maybe a wolf or some other species trying to survive near human habitats. But again, the size and appearance didn't quite match anything native to the area. In the end, I came to a simple conclusion. Whatever it was real, but it wasn't meant to be here. It was an animal pushed out of its home, lost, and struggling to survive in an environment that wasn't welcoming or safe. Maybe it got into a fight with other animals and was limping away from danger. Maybe it was trying to find shelter or food, but it wasn't a monster or a supernatural thing. It was just a scared, wounded creature, something real and raw, and seeing it made me realize how little we sometimes understand the animals that live on the edges of our world. That night on my porch was a reminder that the wild still exists, sometimes closer than we think, and it's not always pretty or neat. That's the only time I ever saw anything like that. No more strange animals or sightings. Just that one night, that one run down the street, that one ragged shape disappearing into the darkness. And to this day, when I sit on my porch at night, I still half expect to see it come back. But it never does. About 15 years ago, when I was 16 and my sister was 13, something happened that still sticks in my mind. It wasn't anything supernatural or magical, just a night that somehow turned from ordinary to unsettling, all because of a stupid prank I pulled. Even now, I can replay it clearly, every detail of how the darkness, the silence, and the tension built up until it all exploded in chaos. My sister had a friend staying over, just the three of us in the house for the night. The rest of the family had gone out somewhere, probably some kind of grown-up event, and left us to our own devices. My dad had built this wooden playhouse in the backyard just for my sister. It was big enough that it almost felt like a little cabin. The thing had electricity wired up, so they could have lights and even plug in a small fan or something if they wanted. The walk from the main house out to the playhouse was maybe 100 yards, across the backyard and past a few trees, but there were no streetlights or anything near it. On that particular night, the moon was new, so the sky was pitch black, no moonlight to light the way at all. My sister and her friend decided it would be fun to camp out there overnight. They brought blankets and snacks and told me they'd be fine. At first, I was happy just hanging out on the porch, watching the sky. I had my super soaker with me and was already planning some late-night water fights to mess with them, but I didn't think it would get as intense as it did. A little while after they settled in, they came up to the house and said the lights in the playhouse were flickering. I just brushed it off. I knew a bit about the electrical system in the house because my dad showed me the circuit breakers once or twice. I fiddled with the panel, turning the playhouse breaker on and off a few times, and the lights went on and off like a strobe. I thought it was hilarious, like my own little light show, and told them it was nothing. I gave them a couple of flashlights to use instead, but in my hurry, I didn't check the batteries. Looking back, that was a stupid move. They went back out, and for a while the lights kept flickering on and off, sometimes going completely dark before coming back on. After a while, the lights finally went out for good. My sister and her friend weren't exactly thrilled, but they said they'd stick it out with the flashlights. That's when things started to go really wrong. The flashlights died after maybe 30 minutes or so. I don't know if the batteries were old or if they just weren't fresh, but the light blinked out, leaving them in complete darkness. And I don't just mean darkness like when you turn off a light in a room. I mean the kind of darkness where you can't see your hand in front of your face, especially with no moon or stars out. Usually, on a summer night, the backyard would be full of noise, crickets chirping, frogs croaking somewhere near the pond, maybe a distant car on the road. But that night, after the lights went out and the flashlights died, all those sounds vanished. There was a heavy, almost thick silence hanging in the air, the kind that makes you feel like the world has suddenly stopped breathing. My sister later told me they got more and more tense as the silence stretched. That was the moment things took a turn from being a fun sleepover to something that felt really wrong. They both said they heard something, or maybe they weren't sure at first, but eventually it got too clear to ignore. A heavy breathing, slow and wet sounding, coming closer through the dark. It wasn't just some light noise. It was loud and ragged, like something big and alive breathing right nearby. I know what I was doing in the yard, but I still remember that feeling of something watching, waiting just outside the playhouse. Then came a loud clatter. Some heavy lawn furniture, maybe a plastic chair or a small table, fell over somewhere near them. The noise echoed sharp and sudden through the dark. That was when they broke. My sister grabbed her friend's hand and they ran, both of them sprinting as fast as they could for the house. From inside the playhouse, they heard a scream. It wasn't human. It sounded like a hyena or some wild animal, shrill and insane, echoing across the yard. At the same time, they started to get splattered with something cold and wet. It was like someone had turned on the sprinklers without warning. Except there were no sprinklers there, and the water was icy cold, hitting them like an unexpected shower of icy drops in the dark. They finally burst through the door of the main house, slammed it shut behind them, and locked it tight. Then they started running from room to room, locking doors that led outside and turning on every light they could find, trying to make the house feel safe. It must have been terrifying for them, but I wasn't inside. I was outside, lying on the ground near the garden, laughing so hard my stomach hurt. I had been the one making the noises, the wet splashes, the fallen furniture sounds. I knew exactly which breaker to flip on and off to mess with the playhouse lights all night. And I had been waiting, hiding in the shadows with my super soaker filled with ice water, ready to launch my final scare. When they ran from the playhouse, I sprayed the water in bursts, making it feel like the sprinklers came alive in the dark. Eventually, I managed to slip inside the house without them noticing, but my sister was quick. She barricaded her door and tried to get me in trouble as soon as the rest of the family came back. But instead of scolding me, my parents just laughed. They said it was the funniest thing they'd heard in a long time. I think part of them realized how clever the prank was, even if it scared the girls half to death. For days after, my sister stayed wary of the backyard at night, and the memory of that dark, silent walk to the playhouse stuck with all of us. It wasn't ghosts or monsters out there, just the shadows, the silence, and one big prank gone way too far. The way the world felt suddenly quiet, like it was holding its breath, is something I'll never forget, and neither will they. It was late at night in a small South American town where my family and I had been spending a vacation. We had just come back from a party that was lively but long past midnight. The road back to our place was narrow and winding, surrounded on both sides by dense trees and patches of open fields. The air was thick and humid, the kind of heavy warmth that clings to your skin even in the darkest hours. The moon was hidden behind thin clouds, making the night feel darker than usual. My mom, who was sitting next to me in the car, suddenly pointed up towards the sky. She wasn't saying anything, just held her finger out and stared, her eyes wide with a mix of surprise and confusion. I followed her gaze and saw it, a large, bright, oval-shaped object hovering high above the tree line. It was glowing with an intense, almost unnatural light, pure white, but somehow shimmering like it was alive. It didn't blink like an airplane or flash like a helicopter. It just hung there, steady and silent, as if it was watching us. The rest of the family in the car turned their heads to look. My dad frowned, squinting against the brightness, trying to figure out what it could be. My younger sister's face was lit up with a mixture of curiosity and unease. Nobody said a word. We were all caught in the same moment, trying to make sense of this glowing thing in the sky. It was so bright it almost looked like it was close, but when I tried to focus on its edges, it seemed far away, too distant to be anything familiar. The object didn't move. It didn't blink or change shape. It was just there, calm and impossible to identify. We drove in silence after that, my eyes glued to the windshield as the object stayed right where it was, following our path in the sky like it was fixed on us. When we finally reached our home, we all got out of the car and stood outside by the doorway. The night was still warm, and the smell of damp earth mixed with the faint scent of flowers from the garden. The street was quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves in the soft breeze. Above us, the object was still there, glowing brighter now that we were standing still and looking at it without any city lights or distractions around. I took a deep breath and tilted my head back, my eyes adjusting to the glow. The oval shape was perfectly smooth, with a light so intense it almost hurt to look at it directly. It was much larger than anything I'd ever seen in the sky before. A plane or helicopter would have flashing lights or the steady, dim glow of a satellite, but this was different. It was like something out of a science fiction movie, something impossible. Then, suddenly, a beam of light shot down from the bottom of the oval. It was like a spotlight, pure white and sharp, cutting through the darkness all the way to the ground. The beam spread out slightly as it hit the street, creating a circle of blinding light on the pavement in front of us. We all screamed at the same time. My heart jumped into my throat, and I took a quick step back, almost tripping over the uneven ground. The beam stayed there for a few seconds, steady and unwavering, before the object abruptly disappeared. Just like that, the sky went dark again. The light vanished, the oval shape was gone, and the stars came back, scattered across the sky like tiny pinpricks. We ran inside the house without saying a word. The door slammed shut behind us, and the silence inside felt heavy. No one wanted to speak, to break the spell of what we had just seen. We all sat quietly, each lost in our own thoughts, the image of that glowing object and the beam of light burned into our minds. The next day, the sun rose slowly over the horizon, casting soft golden light on everything. I stepped outside early, just as the air began to warm. I walked to the spot where we had seen the light beam hit the ground the night before. I looked up, scanning the clear blue sky, hoping to catch even a glimpse of the strange object. But there was nothing, only the open sky, with birds flying and the usual noises of morning life starting up. I tried to explain what we saw to myself, to make it fit into something logical, maybe a drone with an unusual light, a weather balloon, or some sort of rare atmospheric phenomenon. But none of those explanations really matched what we saw. The light was too bright, too focused, and the object was too large and still. The beam of light especially. Nothing I know of from everyday technology or nature makes a beam like that come straight down and disappear without a trace. Over the next few days, the story of what happened spread quietly among the neighbors and locals. Some suggested it was a military test, others whispered about secret government experiments. But nobody had seen anything similar before, and none of the explanations made sense for the peaceful town we were in. We checked the news and local reports, but nothing about any strange sightings or events was mentioned. The experience left me unsettled. It was so clear and vivid in my mind. The glowing oval in the sky, the sudden beam of light, the way the world seemed to stop for a moment. Even after days passed, I could feel the weight of it whenever I looked up at the night sky. The unknown has a way of lingering, especially when it arrives without warning and leaves no answers behind. I never found out what that object was. To this day, it remains a mystery. But it's one of those moments that changes the way you see the world. How something ordinary, like a midnight drive home, can suddenly feel strange and unfamiliar when faced with something truly unexplainable. No matter how much I've thought about it or searched for answers, that night stays with me. A bright light in the dark sky, a silent visitor from somewhere beyond what I can understand. I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that, but the house I grew up in was really fucking creepy. I mean, I still can't say exactly why. It wasn't an old house, or a creepy-looking one either. It looked like any other ranch-style house you'd find in that kind of neighborhood, 2 stories, with a big deck out back and a garage on the side. It was neat and tidy, nothing falling apart or anything. Just a normal house. But still, something about it just didn't feel right. I remember walking down the long hallway to my bedroom more times than I can count, and I'd feel this faint, light touch on my shoulder. Not like someone grabbing me or holding me, more like a soft brush, like the way a branch might flick at your skin if you're walking close through the woods. It wasn't scary at first, just weird, like the house was reminding me it was there somehow. I'd turn my head quickly, expecting to see someone right behind me, but there was never anything there. Just the empty hallway stretching ahead. It wasn't a bad touch. Not harmful or mean. Just there. One time I was sitting in the living room, playing Super Nintendo, probably Mario Kart or something, and I caught out of the corner of my eye this shadow peeking around the corner of the hallway, just staring. It wasn't moving fast or anything, just this dark, vague shape, like a silhouette watching me. I froze, looked over, but it was gone. I asked my mom if she saw anything. She was in the kitchen, but she said no. I tried to go back to the game, but my hands were shaky, and I kept glancing at the hallway like the shadow would come back. The basement was the worst. We never really called it a basement because it was only partially underground, but the room at the bottom of the stairs was a den, unfurnished, empty except for a few old chairs and our piano. My parents put the piano down there for some reason, which always confused me. The piano wasn't even nice, just a hand-me-down with chipped keys and a sticky pedal, but I liked playing it. Still, every time I was down there, I got this serious feeling of nope. It wasn't anything scary like noises or moving things. It was just heavy. The air felt thick and stale, even if the windows were open. I hated the den, but I was stuck with it because that's where the piano was. Nothing ever weird really happened down there, except for one night I got this strange urge to trim the family cat's whiskers while I was sitting there. I have no idea why. The cat never liked it and bolted right after, but it felt like something pushed me to do it. Just weird, random stuff like that. Then there were the knocks. My dad told me he heard them sometimes when he read me bedtime stories. I thought he was just messing with me, or maybe he accidentally banged the headboard while reading. I mean, I banged the headboard myself sometimes when I was little, just tapping it with my knuckles to hear the sound. But he said the knocks didn't sound like that. They were slow, deliberate, coming from the walls, or maybe from the ceiling. Quiet, but definitely there. I didn't know what to think about that. It wasn't scary like a horror movie knock, but it was unsettling, like a slow knocking on a door that no one wanted to open. The weirdest thing happened one night when I woke up suddenly and looked out my bedroom window. There was this huge glowing orb outside, way too big to be the moon or a streetlight. It was bright, smooth, and just hovering there, not moving. I stared at it for what felt like forever. I don't remember being scared exactly, just very aware that it shouldn't be there. The house was dark except for the orb. I ended up waking my parents because I wanted to know if they saw it too. They were groggy and confused but said no, they hadn't seen anything. The next morning, they asked me why I woke them up in the middle of the night. I told them about the orb. They didn't say much, but looked a little worried. I couldn't stop thinking about it all day. Eventually, we moved out of that house. After we left, I remember lying in bed early one morning, half asleep, when I heard my parents talking downstairs. I couldn't make out much, but my dad was saying he was convinced the old house was haunted. He talked about the knocks, the strange feelings, everything. I stayed quiet, pretending to be asleep, but I wasn't going back to sleep anytime soon. A few months later, the house burned down. It wasn't a fire caused by anything natural like lightning or accident. The new tenants had kids, and one of the kids found some matches and started a fire. The house was completely destroyed. When I drove by months after, all that was left was an overgrown field surrounded by those neat ranch houses from the 90s neighborhood. The driveway was still there, cracked and dirty. The mailbox stood crooked near the road. And those pine trees my dad had smuggled into the country, the only green thing left, swayed quietly in the wind. I don't know what that house was. Maybe it was just an old house with weird noises and a funny layout that made shadows look strange. Maybe it was my imagination mixing with the empty quiet and darkness. But even now, years later, I get a little chill thinking about those touches on my shoulder or the orb outside my window. There's just something about that place that wasn't right. Something you can't explain, can't point to, but you feel it, like the house was holding its breath, waiting. And maybe that's scarier than any ghost. It was December 17th, 2007, and I had just gotten home after a long, tiring road trip. The kind of trip where your whole body feels like it's been folded and unfolded 100 times over. And the only thing you want is to get out of the car and stretch your legs. It was about 10 p.m. when I finally pulled into the driveway, the cold December air immediately biting at my skin. The house was quiet, just the way I left it a week ago, and the only sound was the faint hum of the streetlights flickering in the distance. I got out of the car and opened the back door to start unloading. The trunk was filled with bags, souvenirs, a few boxes of snacks I had picked up along the way. Nothing too heavy, but enough to make me want to get it done fast and go inside to warm up. As I bent down to grab the first bag, my eyes drifted upwards, and that's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a shooting star, bright and glowing, slicing across the dark sky with a tail that stretched behind it like a comet's. It was massive, way bigger than any shooting star I'd ever seen. I remember thinking, that is one big-ass shooting star. It must be really close. I stopped what I was doing and watched, expecting it to streak across the sky and disappear in seconds like normal meteors do. But it didn't. Instead, it moved slower than anything I'd ever seen in the night sky. It was as if the star was caught in thick molasses, barely inching forward, its glow steady and blinding against the backdrop of deep black. I was immediately unsettled. Shooting stars don't move that slowly. I rubbed my eyes, thinking maybe I was seeing things after the long drive. Maybe tiredness was messing with me. But no, it was still there. Bright, enormous, and crawling. As I stared, trying to make sense of it, I noticed something else. At the very end of the glowing tail, there were two small lights, blinking faintly but with the same color as the bright star itself. A pale, almost icy white light that didn't feel warm or natural like street lamps or plain lights. These lights blinked slowly, deliberately, as if signaling or communicating in some way I couldn't understand. A shiver ran down my spine. It was cold outside, but this feeling wasn't just from the winter air. Something about the way those lights blinked, about how the whole thing moved so unnaturally slow, sent an immediate wave of fear through me. It wasn't the kind of fear that made me freeze in place, but more like an urgent alarm bell in my head telling me to get the hell inside as fast as possible. I shut the car door and practically ran into the house, locking the door behind me without even looking back. I stood by the window, watching from inside the warm glow of the living room. The bright object was still there, moving slowly and steadily along its path, the blinking lights at the tail end still present. I told myself it was some kind of plane or satellite malfunction, or maybe a weather balloon caught in some strange light, but deep down I knew none of that made sense. Planes don't move that slowly without noise or blinking patterns like that, and satellites don't hover low in the sky with blinking lights at their tails. I sat down, trying to calm myself, but I couldn't shake the image from my mind. Over the next hour, the object continued its slow crawl, moving so steadily that I was able to track it all the way from one side of the sky to the other. It didn't accelerate or change course. It just moved at that unnatural pace, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. I kept checking outside every 15 minutes. Sometimes the lights blinked in unison, sometimes only one blinked, almost like a rhythm, but there was no pattern I could figure out. I was frozen in this strange mix of curiosity and unease. I didn't want to call anyone or tell anyone about it. I felt stupid even thinking about it, but the feeling that what I saw was something unexplainable wouldn't leave me. Over the next few days, I kept scanning the skies, hoping to see it again, but it never returned. I looked online, tried to find news about any unusual events or sightings, but there was nothing. No reports, no videos, no articles. That night stuck with me for years. I never found a clear explanation for what I saw, and part of me didn't want one. The universe is vast, and sometimes you catch glimpses of things that just don't fit into neat boxes. The memory of that slow-moving star with the blinking lights is a reminder that not everything in the sky is understood, and sometimes it's okay to accept that some things remain unknown. I never claimed to have seen aliens or anything supernatural. It was just an unidentified flying object, a strange, bright, slow-moving thing that left me shaken and curious. I still think about it often, especially when I'm outside at night, watching the stars. It's one of those moments where reality feels just a little bit bigger than what we expect, and it reminds me that sometimes the world holds secrets we can't easily explain. We had been camping near the Rockies for a few days by then. The air was crisp, cleaner than anything I'd ever breathed in the city. The sun had set hours ago, and the sky had settled into this deep, endless black canvas sprinkled with stars. It was one of those nights where everything feels calm, almost like the world is holding its breath. The kind of calm that sinks deep into your bones after a long day of hiking and sitting by the fire. Our campsite was in a little clearing surrounded by tall pine trees that swayed softly in the cool night breeze. The ground was still warm from the sun, but the air was chilly enough to make the wool blankets we brought feel necessary. We had eaten dinner earlier around the fire pit, the smell of grilled meat and burnt marshmallows still lingering faintly in the air. My family was winding down. My parents were inside the tent, already starting to pack away the lanterns and utensils. My little brother had passed out somewhere between exhaustion and contentment, sprawled on a camping chair with a half-eaten sandwich still in his hand. I wasn't quite ready to sleep yet. I wanted to take a moment for myself, to really look up at the sky. We had driven hours to get here, away from all the city lights that usually washed out the stars. Out here, the Milky Way stretched across the sky in a thick band of silvery dust and countless pinpricks of light. It was the kind of sky that makes you feel small, but not in a bad way, more like you're part of something bigger. I grabbed my jacket and stepped away from the campfire, careful not to disturb anything. The ground beneath me was soft with pine needles, and the smell of damp earth rose as I walked a little farther from the tents. I sat down on a smooth, flat rock that caught the moonlight, and for a while I just stared up. The stars were sharp and clear, so much brighter than I'd ever seen before. The Milky Way was like a river of light, winding across the sky from one horizon to the other. It was quiet except for the distant call of an owl and the rustling of the trees. After a few minutes, I heard footsteps behind me and looked back. It was my sister, Sarah. She smiled and sat down beside me, wrapping her arms around her knees. She'd always loved the stars, more than any of us. We didn't say much at first, just sat in silence, letting the night stretch out around us. We started pointing out different stars and constellations. I wasn't very good at naming them, but she knew most of them by heart. She told me stories about the shapes they made, like the Big Dipper and Orion's Belt. It felt nice, sharing this quiet moment with her. It was one of those times where nothing mattered except the sky above and the steady presence of family. Then she pointed to a star that was much brighter than the others. It was still, unmoving, unlike the faint twinkle of most stars. She asked me what it was. I didn't know. I had no idea. It looked just like a star to me, except it stayed fixed in one spot. Then, something strange happened. That bright star started moving. Slowly at first, almost imperceptibly, but definitely moving. It was heading in the direction of the moon. At first, it seemed like it was just passing behind other stars, as if it was floating through the sky, but then it picked up speed. It moved faster and faster. The pace wasn't smooth. It would pause or slow briefly, then dart again. It wasn't like any plane or satellite I'd ever seen before. The light didn't flicker like an airplane's blinking lights, nor did it have the steady glow of a distant plane. It was a bright, steady point of light, moving with intention. Then, without warning, it shot off in a straight line, out of our field of view. It disappeared so quickly it felt like it was gone before I could even process what I was seeing. We both sat there in silence, staring at the spot where it had vanished. Neither of us said a word for several minutes. Later, when we finally got back to the tent, I tried to find anything online or in the star guides that could explain what we saw. Satellites, meteors, planets, nothing matched the movement and brightness of that light. To this day, I still don't know what it was. It wasn't a plane, wasn't a satellite, and it didn't behave like any natural phenomenon I've ever learned about. It was just there, moving in a way that didn't fit with anything normal. And that's what stayed with me most. The quiet stillness of that night in the Rockies, the sharp chill in the air, the gentle sounds of the forest around us, and the way that one bright light moved through the sky, calm and purposeful, before vanishing into the vast unknown. I remember that day so clearly, though it still doesn't make any sense to me. My friend and I had decided to try some shrooms together, just the two of us, in his apartment. It wasn't anything crazy or planned out in a big way. Just a quiet afternoon to experiment, hang out, and maybe get a little introspective. We weren't exactly experts at this sort of thing, just two guys curious about what the experience would feel like, and how it might change the way we saw the world. The apartment was the kind of place that felt typical and unremarkable in most ways. It was on the second floor of an older building, and the living room was medium-sized, with a couch, a TV mounted on the wall, and a soft off-white carpet that covered the entire floor. The kind of carpet that's common in new or recently renovated homes. Not fancy or old, just plain and functional. The lighting was soft and natural, coming through the window, which faced a quiet street lined with trees. The kind of room you barely notice because it's so ordinary. My friend was already sitting on the couch, with the game controller in hand, playing a video game. I was sitting nearby, watching the patterns of light and color shift on the screen. The shrooms had started to take effect, subtle at first, a gentle hum behind my eyes, colors seeming a little more vivid, edges of objects gently shimmering. I could feel my mind slipping into a different mode, less rigid, more fluid. That's when my attention drifted down to the carpet. At first, I thought it was just the way the light was hitting it. But slowly, I noticed something else. There was a pattern, a faint impression on the surface of the carpet. It looked like an arabesque design, very subtle, almost like a shadow or a watermark, but more distinct than just a trick of light. I froze for a moment, staring down at it, trying to convince myself I was imagining it. I had been in this room dozens of times before, but I never saw this pattern. The carpet was supposed to be featureless. Yet there it was, a delicate swirl of lines and shapes, curving and intersecting in a way that seemed deliberate. I didn't say anything right away. Instead, I took a deep breath, focusing on the pattern, trying to understand if it was really there or if it was just my altered state playing tricks on me. After a minute, I asked my friend to look away from the TV and turn around to look at the carpet near his feet. He did, still holding the controller but curious. I didn't say what to look for. I just told him to tell me what he saw. He squinted, his eyes moving slowly over the carpet. Then, almost hesitantly, he said there was a pattern there. The same one I was seeing. That was when I felt a chill run through me. How could that be? If it was a hallucination, why was he seeing exactly the same thing? We hadn't talked about it in detail, so he wasn't primed to see any specific shape. I got up slowly, walked over to the spot, and pointed to a few lines in the pattern. I asked him to try tracing it with his finger, just to confirm the shapes, the flow of the lines, the curves. He did, carefully and without hesitation. The pattern matched perfectly what I had been seeing in my mind's eye. We spent the next hour just sitting there, observing the pattern as it seemed to shift slightly in the changing light, sometimes more visible, sometimes less. It wasn't a solid print or texture. It was more like a faint imprint, almost like the carpet fibers had been pressed down in a way that created a design without changing the color or material. By the time the effect of the shroom started to wear off, I was still baffled. It felt like some kind of shared hallucination, But how could that happen without either of us telling the other what we were seeing? The next day, we went back to the apartment to look at the carpet again. Same time, same lighting, same everything, but the pattern was gone. The carpet was featureless, smooth, off-white as it had always been. We tried everything, walking around the room, shining flashlights at different angles, squinting to catch any hint of the design. Nothing. The pattern had vanished without a trace. I thought maybe it was just my mind playing tricks. Maybe I'd imagined it, and my friend had caught on and pretended to see it to humor me. But no, we both remembered it clearly. The lines, the curves, the arabesque flow. We both agreed it was there. And that's the thing I can't get over. I've gone back to that apartment more times since then, with and without my friend, and that pattern has never reappeared. The carpet is clean, normal, unmarked. I've tried to explain it away as a shared hallucination or some kind of optical illusion caused by the lighting and the altered state we were in, but that doesn't fully add up. For one thing, the pattern was too specific, too consistent for both of us. We never described it out loud to each other at the time, so there was no suggestion to influence our perception. I've thought about whether the carpet could have been pressed or stained somehow in a pattern that faded or shifted in the light, but I inspected it closely, and there's nothing there. The carpet fibers have no change in texture or color where the pattern appeared. I've read about pareidolia, the tendency to see meaningful patterns in random stimuli, but this wasn't just seeing a face in clouds or shapes in shadows. This was a distinct, repeated pattern, recognizable and consistent for two independent observers. Sometimes I wonder if it was a trick of our brains syncing up in that moment, a kind of shared perceptual event where our minds formed the same pattern from random noise. But that still feels strange and unexplained. What sticks with me most is how normal the setting was: a plain living room, a basic carpet, a quiet afternoon. Nothing creepy or strange about the place itself. No weird noises, no unsettling vibe. Just an ordinary space where something inexplicable briefly emerged. Since then, I've looked more carefully at carpets and textures around me, but I've never seen anything like that again. That single experience remains a mystery. It's the kind of thing that lingers in your mind because it defies easy explanation. It's not scary in a traditional sense, but it's unsettling because it challenges what you think you know about reality and perception. I don't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. This was just a strange, unexplainable moment where something real and something imagined seemed to overlap perfectly, if only for a brief time. And that's why, to this day, I can't understand what happened with that carpet. How the pattern appeared so clearly to both of us while under the influence of shrooms, only to vanish without a trace the next day. I'm still trying to make sense of it, but some mysteries don't have neat answers. Mischief Night had always been one of those unofficial traditions we looked forward to every year. It wasn't Halloween, but it was close enough. The night when the streets got quieter than usual, the air hung heavy with the smell of fall leaves and something electric that came with the promise of trouble. The kind of trouble that teenagers chase after like it's some prize. This year, like the years before, me and my group of friends had grabbed a carton of eggs, some rotten tomatoes, and a few other small things that might make a little mess without going too far. We weren't vandals, not really. We just wanted to cause a little chaos, to laugh at the reactions, and to feel like kings of the night for a few hours. We had the usual plan: wander the neighborhood, egg a few mailboxes, maybe ring a few doorbells, run from the odd neighbor who caught us in the act. But the real draw, for my friends at least, was the old house on the corner of the street. Everyone in town knew about it. It belonged to this guy nobody really understood, and he kept to himself mostly. We'd heard all kinds of stories about him, rumors that made him some sort of local weirdo. He didn't have lights on in his house, ever. He didn't seem to have visitors, or a car that moved much. Some said he was a recluse. Others whispered things about how creepy he looked if you caught him outside. My friends liked to mess with him more than the other houses on our route, but I was always the voice of reason in those moments. Not because I was scared, I just didn't like crossing certain lines. That night, as usual, we started off at the usual spots. Some mailboxes got a good dousing of eggs. A few doors had tomatoes tossed at them. The laughter was loud and easy, our voices bouncing off the empty streets like we owned the night. We walked in a loose group, eggs rattling in the carton I carried, the occasional whispered plan to egg the next house, or throw a water balloon at someone's porch light. We moved slowly because we wanted to savor the feeling, the sense of being out past curfew with no one to stop us. When we got close to the kooky guy's house, things changed. The house sat at the end of a quiet street, the lawn overgrown and the windows pitch black. Not a single light. Even the moonlight seemed to shy away, casting long shadows that made the place look like it belonged to a forgotten time. My friends nudged each other, grinning like idiots. They liked to egg the bushes out front or slap a few eggs on the door and run. I stayed back, watching a little uneasy. But tonight, the house was completely dark. No porch light, no glow from inside. The silence around it felt heavier than usual. So without much discussion, we moved on, the egg carton still full but our appetite for mischief elsewhere. We strolled further down the street, looking for new trouble or just fun, whichever came first. As we passed a row of tall bushes along the sidewalk, something changed. I heard it first, a sharp crack, like someone stepping on a brittle branch hidden under the leaves. The kind of noise that makes you stop and look, even if your friends are joking loudly about something else. The others barely registered it. They kept laughing, calling each other names, talking about who was going to be brave enough to egg the next place. But I heard it again, clearer this time, a second snap, just behind those bushes. I stopped and pulled back, nudging one of my friends. I told them I thought I'd heard someone or something moving right behind the bushes next to us. They laughed it off, calling me paranoid, but I wasn't convinced. The hair on the back of my neck was standing up, and my gut told me to be careful. Still, curiosity got the better of my friends. They shuffled closer to the end of the bushes and peeked around the corner. That's when I saw it. It wasn't a person exactly. It was a figure standing perfectly still. At first, it looked like a store mannequin, or maybe a Halloween decoration that someone had left behind. But there was something off about it. The figure was dressed like a mime, black and white face paint, a striped shirt, white gloves, and a little black cane held loosely in one hand. Its face was painted with that classic mime makeup. White base, black teardrops, and exaggerated lips. The way it stood there, motionless, gave me the creeps in a way that I couldn't explain. It wasn't supposed to be there, and it certainly wasn't supposed to be that quiet. My friends stared at it too, but it was Bob who stepped forward, rolling his eyes and calling me crazy. He walked right up to the figure, reaching out to touch it, probably to prove there was nothing there. I took a step back, still frozen, my heart beating faster. Then it happened. The figure's arm jerked up suddenly, the cane swinging in a swift arc toward Bob's face. The cane stopped just an inch from his nose, making him jump back with a shocked yell. I swear, in that moment, I almost felt like I was going to fly backward too, all the fear rushing through me. We didn't wait around to see if it would move again. We turned and ran without looking back, the eggs in my hands rattling wildly as we sprinted. The sounds of our footsteps echoed in the night, mixed with ragged breaths and the frantic beating of my heart. I didn't even want to imagine what would have happened if that thing had caught us. When we finally slowed down, far from those bushes and that dark street, my hands were shaking and my friends were quieter than usual. No one said much. The night that had been full of laughs and dares suddenly felt very different. Years later, I ran into that same guy, the one from the creepy house. Turns out, he wasn't a weirdo or a menace at all. He was just a quiet, shy man who liked to make art out of mannequins and old props, using them to amuse himself and scare off people who might cause trouble on his property. We talked for a while, and he was genuinely kind. It was funny how my memory of him was shaped by that one night, but the real person was far from the scary mime in the bushes. Looking back, that night wasn't just about fear. It was about how easy it is to let stories and appearances shape your fears, and how sometimes the people we judge harshly are the ones who surprise us most when we get to know them. Mischief Night had given me a story that stuck with me, but it also taught me to look past the shadows and see the person behind the mask. I never really understood why I was so scared of that old house. When I think back to it now, I can remember all the little things that made it feel off. Not in a way that's easy to explain, like the way some people talk about haunted houses or spooky places. No, it was something quieter and more subtle. It was the way the shadows seemed to linger longer than they should, or how the silence sometimes felt too heavy, like it was pressing against the walls and windows. Even the wind outside seemed different, almost like it whispered rather than blew. I moved out of that house years ago, but I still remember everything as clearly as if it happened yesterday. The house was old, nothing fancy. Just a two-story place in a small neighborhood with a white gate in the front yard. I used to walk home from school every day through that gate, and every time I passed it, I had this weird feeling crawling up my spine. It was nothing I could really put my finger on, but it made me hurry past it, even if I wasn't in a rush. One afternoon after school, I got home and saw something that made my heart stop. I had just opened the gate and stepped onto the path leading to the front door when I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. There, standing by the fence, was something almost invisible. It wasn't quite solid, more like a shadow or mist that had taken a vague human shape. I blinked and looked again, but it didn't move like a person would. Instead, it stayed there, shifting slightly as if it was trying to blend into the background. I felt frozen, like my feet were stuck to the ground. My mind screamed to run, but I couldn't. The figure didn't have any clear features, no face or color, just a translucent shape standing still near the gate. I wanted to believe it was just a trick of the light, or maybe my imagination playing games after a long day. But I knew deep down it was something else. I was pretty sure it was a ghost, though I never told anyone. No one would believe me anyway. They would laugh or say I was making it up. I went inside quickly after that and shut the door behind me, trying to forget what I saw. But that night, as I lay in my bed, my mind wouldn't stop running through the image of that transparent figure. I kept thinking about it, wondering if it had been waiting there for me, or if it had always been there watching. The house itself had a strange hold on me. I never watched scary movies while I lived there because I was too scared. I always felt like something in the house was watching me, even when I was alone. I had two old dolls sitting on top of my cabinet in my bedroom. They were given to me by a relative when I was little. At first, I liked them, but as time went on, I started feeling uneasy around them. At night, they seemed to move slightly when I wasn't looking. Their heads would tilt, or their eyes would look in different directions. I never caught them moving outright, but enough to make my skin crawl. One night, after a particularly restless sleep, and a dream I can't even remember now, I woke up feeling watched. I glanced toward the cabinet, and swore one of the dolls was staring right at me. I jumped out of bed, grabbed both dolls, and threw them in the trash the very next day. After that, I slept a little better, but still not well. I used to sleepwalk a lot in that house, which my parents told me was normal for kids. I don't remember most of those nights, but they said I would get up, walk through the hallways, and sometimes even leave my room without waking up. Sometimes I would find myself outside in the yard, standing near the gate or the fence, only to be gently led back inside by my mom or dad. They never said much, just that I was tired or stressed from school. But I knew it had something to do with the house. Years later, when I moved away to a new place, the sleepwalking stopped completely. It was like the house had been a trigger, or maybe it was the stress that came with living there. Either way, I was relieved. But sometimes late at night, I still hear something outside my bedroom window. Heavy breathing. It's slow and steady, not rushed like someone running or panicked, but heavy enough to wake me up and make me sit up in bed. It's so close, as if someone is right outside, watching or waiting. I tell myself it's just the wind, or maybe an animal wandering near the house, but deep down I know it isn't. I've never found anything outside when I look. No footprints, no animals, nothing. Just silence and the cool night air. I don't live near that old house anymore, but sometimes I dream about it. The gate, the dolls, the shadows, and that invisible figure. Oddly enough, I've grown to like horror and gory movies now. I used to avoid them because they scared me too much. But now, I watch them with interest, even fascination. I think maybe it's because after everything I experienced, nothing in those movies feels real or threatening anymore. They're just stories, and I know that. I'm not scared anymore. Not like before. Still, every time I watch a horror movie, I feel a flicker of that old fear in the back of my mind. A quiet reminder of the house and the things I saw and heard. Because the truth is, what I saw near that gate wasn't a ghost or a spirit from some fairy tale. It was something very real. Something I can't explain. I never saw it again after that day, but it felt like it was always there, just out of sight. Maybe it was a trick of my tired mind or a shadow cast by the setting sun. Maybe it was the house itself, pressing on me in ways I couldn't understand. Whatever it was, it made me uneasy enough to never want to go back. And now, years later, I'm sure that feeling wasn't about ghosts or dolls moving on their own. It was something else, something real and human, hidden in the silence, waiting just beyond the gate. Many years ago, I went hiking with some relatives on a mountain slope in Canada. It wasn't deep wilderness. We were just a couple of kilometers away from houses, and the area was well known for its many trails. The forest was dense in parts, but there were open patches, clearings here and there, and the paths were easy enough to follow. The day itself was warm and sunny, a perfect day for being outside. There was almost no wind at all, so the air was still and calm. The trees stood quietly, their leaves barely moving, and the plants along the trail seemed almost frozen in place under the sunlight. As we walked, the peacefulness of the forest felt like a gentle calm settled over the whole mountain. Birds chirped occasionally, but not loudly, just soft little sounds here and there. The sunlight filtered through the tree canopy in patches, creating dappled patterns on the ground. The air smelled fresh, clean, with the faint scent of pine and earth. It was exactly the kind of day you'd want to spend hiking, just moving slowly, enjoying the quiet beauty. After a while, we noticed something strange. As we moved through a section of the trail lined with thick bushes and low plants, there was a small area where the plants were moving, but not because of any breeze. Everywhere else, the leaves and branches hung still. Yet here, some grass and small shrubs swayed gently but constantly, as if blown by a soft wind. It was subtle but definitely there, and the movement was steady, almost hypnotic. It didn't feel like the natural calm of the rest of the forest. Curious, we moved closer to look. Behind the moving plants, at the base of a slight slope, there was a small horizontal hole in the ground. It was roughly the size of a human hand, maybe a little bigger, and looked like the kind of entrance an animal would dig. I thought at first it might be a burrow made by a skunk or marmot, common creatures in the area, but something about it felt different. The hole was too neat, and the movement of the plants just above it kept catching my attention. I remember sticking my hand near the hole, and immediately I felt a rush of cold air blowing out. The air wasn't warm or just fresh. It was noticeably cold, cool enough to make my skin tingle slightly. It wasn't gusting wildly, but there was a steady, constant flow of cold air coming from that hole, almost like a little natural air vent. It was odd, because the day was warm, and the forest around us felt still, without any wind. But here, at this small opening in the earth, air was moving in a way that didn't fit with anything else around. I stood back and looked carefully at the hole. The ground nearby was firm, covered with leaf litter, small twigs, and moss. There was no sign of any animal tracks around it, no footprints, no fur, nothing that showed recent use by wildlife. The hole itself seemed clean, without loose soil or fresh dirt pushed out. It was just there, a small dark opening leading into the earth. I thought about what could be causing the cold air to come out. The area is made up mostly of sedimentary bedrock, rocks that have layers and are softer than granite. Over thousands of years, glaciers had moved through the region, shaping the mountains and valleys, scraping and carving the rocks. Water, rain, and melting snow had slowly worn away parts of the bedrock, creating cracks, fissures, and sometimes caves underground. So it wasn't unusual for caves or tunnels to exist below the surface. I figured the hole must be connected to one of those underground cave systems. Warm air could be entering the cave at higher elevations where the sun hit the rocks, or it could be the air moving through tunnels shaped by underground streams. Water flowing below could cool the air as it moves through the rock, forcing it out at this opening. That explained why the air was cold, even on a warm day. The whole thing felt like a natural vent, an opening where air circulates from inside the mountain. Despite understanding the basics, the hole still felt strange. You don't expect to find a quiet little burrow that suddenly breathes cold air. It was an eerie thing to stumble upon. Most holes in the forest floor are still and silent. They don't move the plants like this or push out a breath of cold air. We stayed there for a few minutes, watching the plants sway, feeling the cold air on our faces. The silence around us seemed deeper, more focused. The rest of the forest was peaceful, but this tiny opening felt alive in a different way, as if it was a small door to somewhere hidden and unknown beneath the earth. After some time, we moved on, following the trail that curved gently up the mountain. But the image of that hole stayed in my mind. It was one of those quiet moments in the woods where you realize just how much is happening out of sight, beneath your feet, in the darkness underground, moving air and water in tunnels you can't see. Looking back now, I still think about that little hole and the cold breath it blew out. It was a reminder that even in places that feel safe and familiar, nature has its secrets, hidden places shaped by forces far older and deeper than the trees and trails above. It wasn't scary in the usual sense, but it was a strange and humbling discovery, a glimpse into the hidden workings of the mountain beneath our feet. I never found out exactly where that hole led or how far the air traveled underground. Maybe it connects to a larger cave system, or maybe it's just a small natural vent where the mountain exhales cool air on warm days. Whatever the case, that day reminded me that the world around us is full of little mysteries, quiet things that move beneath the surface, unseen but very real. Even years later, the memory of that cold breath from the ground stays with me. It's a simple thing, but it changed how I think about hiking, about mountains and forests, about the hidden life of the earth itself. Nature is always working, always moving, even when everything looks still. And sometimes, all it takes is a small hole in the ground to remind you of that. I was about 6 or 7 years old when it happened. It was winter, cold and quiet, the kind of winter where the snow covers everything with a soft, muffled blanket, and the air feels sharp on your cheeks. The sky was a pale gray, heavy with clouds that promised more snow soon. I was outside near my house, playing like I usually did on those slow winter afternoons. The ground was frozen hard beneath the thin layer of snow, and the air smelled of cold earth and with smoke drifting from chimneys. I remember how the bare trees stood still, their branches like black skeletons against the sky. I was bundled up in a thick jacket, gloves, and a wool hat that was a little too big for me. My boots crunched on the snow as I moved around, making small paths through the white. I don't remember what I was doing exactly. Maybe building a little snowman or throwing small clumps of snow at the fence. I was just a kid, letting the day pass by outside while my mom was inside, probably cooking or cleaning. She was always careful, always watching from the window when I played. I knew she liked to make sure I was safe, especially in winter. The house was small but cozy, with warm yellow light spilling out from the windows, promising a safe, warm place to go when I got cold. Then, suddenly, I was inside the house, sitting at the kitchen table with my mom. We were talking, just like we did many times before, about nothing important, maybe about what we were going to eat or what the weather was doing. Her voice was soft and normal, like always. The kitchen smelled like bread and something sweet baking in the oven. I could feel the warmth of the radiator under my feet, and the sun, low in the sky, filtered through the curtains in lazy streaks of light. But here's the thing. Between the time I was outside playing and this moment at the table, there's a gap. A long gap. 40 to 60 minutes, maybe more, that my mind refuses to remember. I have no memory of what happened. Nothing. It's like someone erased that entire part of my day. One moment I was outside in the cold, and the next I was inside talking to my mom, as if no time had passed. I've never talked to anyone about this before because it doesn't make any sense, and I didn't want anyone to worry or think I was making it up. I'm sure of one thing. If I had passed out or been unconscious for any reason, someone would have noticed. My mom is cautious, maybe even overcautious, the kind of parent who would have called an ambulance at the first sign that something was wrong. She watches me like a hawk, always checking that I'm okay. So, if something serious had happened, there would have been evidence, someone would have said something, but no one ever mentioned it. No one ever brought it up. It's like that missing time never happened for them. What's more confusing is how my brain holds on to that missing piece, as if it really happened. It's not like two separate memories from different days. I can feel it like a puzzle with a missing piece right in the middle. The edges fit perfectly, but the center is just blank. Sometimes I try to think back and imagine what could have happened during that time, but nothing comes to mind. It's like my mind shuts down completely for that whole stretch. A few days ago, something happened that made me think back to that strange memory. About 10 days ago, I actually did pass out. It was because I hadn't been sleeping well for a few nights in a row, staying up late studying for university. I felt exhausted, my body was weak, and one moment I was sitting, and the next moment everything went black. When I woke up, the first seconds were confusing. I didn't know where I was or what had happened. I remember the dizziness, the strange feeling of waking up without any idea how I got there, like my mind had been asleep even longer than my body. It was terrifying. That experience felt a lot like the story I have about my childhood, the gap where I just disappear and come back without explanation. But that time, when I passed out recently, there was a clear reason and clear consequences. I was tired, weak, and dehydrated. It made sense. People around me noticed, helped me, and I recovered quickly. I know what it feels like to lose consciousness now, and I can say with certainty that what happened when I was a kid feels similar in some ways. But back then, no one noticed anything wrong. No ambulance, no questions, no concern. Just silence. I have tried to come up with explanations, but none feel right. Maybe I fell and hit my head and no one saw. Maybe I just sat down somewhere and drifted off for a while, lost in a daydream that turned into something more. But if I had passed out or been seriously hurt, my mom would have known. She would have remembered. She would have done something. It feels like my mind is protecting me, blocking out that time for some reason I can't understand. Maybe it was something small that I don't want to remember. Or maybe it was nothing at all, just some strange glitch in my memory. But I know that no matter how much I try, I will never recover those missing minutes or understand why they are missing. The whole thing feels unexplainable, a gap in my own life that I can't fill. It's not scary in a creepy way, but it's unsettling. It's a reminder that our memories, even the ones we think are solid and true, can sometimes fail us. That there are moments in life that slip through the cracks, invisible and silent. Sometimes I wonder if this missing time was a warning, a sign from my body or mind. Maybe I had a brief fainting spell or a small seizure I didn't notice. But none of the adults around me saw anything. There was no accident, no emergency. Just that strange, empty gap. I've decided to accept that some things will remain unknown. I will keep my memories close, hold on to the ones I have, and let that missing time be a quiet mystery. It is a part of my life, a puzzle piece that will never fit, but it doesn't define me. It's just a blank space in the story of my childhood, a moment when time paused, and then moved on without me. I don't feel scared anymore when I think about it. Just curious and a little sad that I'll never know what happened. But I'm okay with that now. Sometimes life leaves us questions with no answers, and that's just how it is. I used to live in a very rural area, the kind of place where the woods stretched for miles, and the nearest neighbor was a good half-hour away by dirt roads that turned to mud in the rain. It was the early 90s, before cell phones were a thing, and the quiet was thick. My brothers and I spent a lot of time outside, wandering through the pine trees and exploring the deep woods behind our house. We knew every trail, every creek, and every patch of blackberry bushes we could find. It was the kind of childhood that felt endless, where you could get lost for hours and still find your way back by the setting sun. We came across a lot of strange things out there, but two stands out in my mind more than anything else. The first was the skeleton of a dog, just lying in a thicket of pine trees about a mile from the house. It was mostly bones, bleached white by the sun and weather. The skull was cracked, and some of the ribs were scattered around like someone had stepped on them or kicked them. I remember feeling unsettled, but also a bit curious. Back then, it wasn't uncommon for people in the area to shoot dogs that were old, sick, or unwanted and leave them out in the woods. It was a brutal kind of practicality, and we didn't think much of it at the time. Still, seeing that skeleton up close felt like seeing a silent reminder of all the harsh things that happen in the world. The other thing we found, though, was far more haunting in a way I still can't shake. It was an old hobo camp, hidden in a thicker part of the forest, far off any path or trail. I stumbled on it one afternoon while my brothers were elsewhere exploring. The camp was tucked inside a small clearing surrounded by tall pines, and it was buried under layers of fallen leaves, pine needles, and years of forest debris. At first, I thought it was just some piles of old trash, but when I looked closer, I saw the edges of torn burlap sacks sticking out from under a pile of dead leaves. There were bits of old fabric and tarp, faded and brittle from sun and rain, tangled in the branches and lying on the ground. Carefully, I started to clear away the leaves and pine needles. Underneath, I uncovered more pieces. A rusted, dented metal can with the faded label barely readable, a few broken glass beer bottles that had lost their color and clarity, and a pair of worn-out, moldering dress shoes, set neatly side by side like someone had just taken them off and left them there. Nearby, half buried in the dirt and pine needles, was a rusted-out flashlight, the kind with a thick glass lens and a heavy metal body, the type that was common in the 1950s. I could tell by the design and the branding on the bottles that this camp had been abandoned for decades. I sat there for a long time, just looking at the shoes. They were cracked and stiff with age, the leather peeling and the soles worn down. It was like whoever had been there had simply disappeared, leaving their shoes behind without a trace. The whole camp looked like it had been someone's home for a few days, maybe even a week or more. The torn burlap and tarp looked like makeshift shelter pieces, enough to block wind and rain. The opened cans and bottles suggested someone had eaten and rested there, perhaps even slept there for a while. I could imagine a tired, dirty man resting under those pines, trying to stay warm, trying to keep going. The silence around the camp was thick. There were no birds singing or wind rustling the branches. The forest felt heavy and still, like it was holding its breath. The longer I looked, the more I felt a strange kind of loneliness settle over me. It wasn't scary in a jump-out-at-you way, but it was the kind of quiet that presses down on your chest and makes you feel small. It was like this little camp was a frozen moment in time, a place where someone had been alive and struggling and hoping, but now was completely gone. I kept thinking about why they would leave their shoes. Was it because they had to run and lost them? Did someone find them and take them away? Or had the person died there and been moved? The questions circled in my mind for years, but there were no answers. No records, no stories, no clues beyond that small clearing. Just the brittle remains of a life lived and left behind. Looking back, I realized that camp was more than just old junk in the woods. It was a reminder of how many people have passed through these quiet places, how many stories have been lost to time. It made me think about how the woods hold memories, not just of animals and trees, but of people who were tired, lonely, maybe even scared. It was a sobering thought for a kid used to thinking of the forest as a playground. That day, I didn't tell my brothers about the camp. I wanted to keep it to myself, as if it was a secret part of the woods I had discovered alone. Over the years, I've gone back a few times, hoping to find more, but the forest has swallowed it up again. Leaves and needles cover the ground thickly. Trees have grown in spots where there was once open space, and the camp has faded into the background of the woods. It's probably gone for good now. But sometimes, when I'm walking through pine trees or passing a quiet patch of forest, I still think about that camp. I think about the man who stayed there, the life he must have had before he ended up in that lonely spot. I wonder if he ever reached wherever he was going, or if he was lost just like that camp, buried in the past with no one to remember. There's a stillness to those woods that I've never forgotten, a weight that stays with me long after I leave. And I think that's the real scar the forest leaves, the memory of all the quiet, unseen lives that have passed through, fading away like the old shoes left behind under the pines. It was late at night, a kind of darkness that settles heavy and thick over everything, swallowing the streetlights and making the world feel smaller and quieter than usual. The kind of night where every shadow seems to stretch and move just a little, like something is watching, waiting. My friend and I were walking to my sister's apartment, a place we'd been to plenty of times before. But this night was different, and I didn't know why at the time. We were cutting through the gap between two apartment buildings, just a narrow space, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The buildings were old, their brick walls cracked and worn, stained by years of rain and dirt. Between them was a strip of rocky ground littered with bits of gravel, broken concrete chunks, and weeds stubbornly pushing through the cracks. The whole area smelled faintly of oil and metal, mostly because of the rusty old generators set up near the far end. They looked like giant steel boxes, scarred and dented, humming low and constant, like the slow heartbeat of that forgotten corner. It was a shortcut, a place everyone knew to avoid after dark, but we took it anyway. I'm not sure why, maybe just habit, maybe to save time. The streetlights didn't reach into the gap. It was darker here than anywhere else around. Our footsteps crunched on the rocks, echoing off the walls in a hollow, uneven rhythm. The air felt colder here, too, like the buildings had trapped the night chill between them, making it cling to your skin. As we walked, I tried to focus on the small sounds, my friend's breath, the distant hum of traffic, the faint rustle of leaves on a nearby tree. But there was something else, something I couldn't put my finger on. A feeling that crawled up my spine and settled deep in my gut. Like something was watching us from the shadows, something just out of sight, but waiting for us to notice. We reached the middle of the gap, right where the biggest generator box sat. It was a squat, battered thing, covered in chipped paint and graffiti. Around it were coils of thick cables, tangled like snake nests, and the air around it smelled sharply of burnt metal and oil. The humming was louder here, a steady vibration under my feet. I glanced sideways, almost without thinking, toward the dark space beside the generator. And that's when I saw it, two red eyes, glowing like coals in the night. They were low to the ground, just above the rocks, and they stared at me, fixed and unblinking. The shape holding them was hunched over, shadowed and dark against the dim background, too still to be an animal, too low to be a person standing. I couldn't make out any details, just the eyes, bright and terrible. My heart slammed in my chest. It was like the air itself thickened, pressing down on me. I didn't know what I was looking at, but I knew it wasn't something normal. The eyes didn't blink or move, just watched with something cold and patient. I felt my muscles tense, every nerve screaming to run. Without thinking, I grabbed the spatula I had in my backpack, just some dumb thing I'd been carrying around earlier, nothing meant to be a weapon, and I raised it like a shield. Then I lost it. I screamed loud and raw, and started running, the rocks crunching under my feet as I tore away from the gap. I didn't stop until I reached the street where the light was better and the buildings opened up. My friend was close behind me, but I couldn't even explain what I'd seen or why it shook me so badly. When I tried, the words wouldn't come. The fear was too fresh, too deep to make sense. Later, I told my brother-in-law about it, trying to find some reason, maybe a stray animal with weird eyes, or a person hiding. But nothing seemed to fit. The eyes had been too bright, too red, and the shape was too still, too low to be anything normal. I kept replaying the moment over and over, feeling the weight of those eyes staring through me. That night left a mark, a sharp reminder that some corners of the city hide things you're not meant to see. I never walked through that gap again, never took that shortcut at night. The feeling of being watched didn't fade for a long time. And every time I passed by the buildings in daylight, I glanced at the space by the generator, half expecting those eyes to be waiting, even though I knew they weren't there. The memory was enough to keep me away. Sometimes the real horror isn't monsters or ghosts. It's the cold, quiet presence you can't explain, the way fear can root itself in a glance, in a pair of eyes glowing in the dark, watching, waiting, patient. That night was proof, and I never forgot it. It was a couple months back when my buddy called me up, pretty excited about his new ride, a 1986 Toyota Tercel 4WD. The kind of car most people wouldn't look twice at. But for him, it was a project car, something small and tough that he wanted to push beyond its limits. He wanted to go rallying. Not the official kind, but just driving fast and hard on logging roads, getting that thrill out in the middle of nowhere. I'd done some of it before, but never with this little car. So I grabbed my keys, hopped in my Subaru Impreza, and headed out. We met up just as the sun was dipping below the trees, that soft orange glow sinking fast into shadows. The place was way out in Oregon, deep in the woods where the roads are just dirt and gravel, and you hardly see another soul. Logging roads twist and turn through thick forest, some still active, some long abandoned and starting to grow back into the wilderness. We parked my Impreza on this little side trail off the main logging road. It was a small, narrow path that sloped gently uphill and then disappeared into the dark forest. I figured it was a good spot, out of sight, not easy for someone to just drive by and notice the car. You never know who's out here at night. I locked my car and climbed into the passenger seat of the Tercel, the interior worn but clean, and the little engine humming with promise. The headlights cut through the darkness, lighting up the narrow trail ahead as we started down the road. The air was cool and crisp, the smell of pine and damp earth all around us. There was something about these old logging roads that always feels different at night, quieter, heavier. The kind of silence that makes every little noise echo, every snap of a twig feel closer than it should. We took it slow at first, getting a feel for the Tercel on the rough gravel. The suspension was stiff, and the little four-wheel drive kicked in nicely as we bounced over rocks and potholes. The tires kicked up dust that shimmered in the headlights. We were both smiling, feeling that rush you get when you're pushing a machine in a wild place. Eventually, we found ourselves climbing higher into the hills, where the trees got thicker and the road narrower, twisting around bends and crossing small creeks. After a while, we found a gate across one of the trails branching off to the side. It looked like it was supposed to be locked, but the padlock was hanging loose, broken off, swinging in the breeze like it didn't belong there. The gate itself was rusty, covered in scratches and dents, probably left there for years. Neither of us knew where it led, and honestly, that made it more tempting. So, without much talking, we decided to check it out. The trail beyond the gate was overgrown, just barely wide enough for the tercel to squeeze through. Branches brushed against the windows, and the tall grass bent under the tires as we moved forward. The light from the headlights caught patches of moss and fallen leaves, and every so often, we could see the rough cut marks on trees from old logging. The road was rough and uneven, narrowing even more as we climbed higher. The deeper we went, the heavier the air felt. The forest closed in on both sides, the trees growing denser, their shadows long and strange in the headlights. We kept going, curiosity pushing us further despite a creeping sense of unease. The silence was different here, not just quiet, but thick and watchful, like something was waiting just beyond the beam of light. After a couple miles, the trail started to get steeper. Roots twisted across the dirt, and rocks jutted out in unexpected places. It wasn't a road made for comfort, more like a path that was slowly being reclaimed by the forest. We kept the windows down a crack, and the cool night air smelled of pine and wet earth. But there was also something else, something sharp and sour beneath it all that I couldn't place. Suddenly, without any warning, we both locked eyes. There was this moment, just a flash, really, where everything changed. The air felt heavier. My skin prickled. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. We both felt it, that unmistakable gut-twisting feeling that says, "This isn't right. Get out." I can't explain it better than that. No noise, no movement, just this silent, deep warning that made every muscle in my body tense up. I looked over at my buddy, and his face was pale in the dim light, his eyes wide but not speaking. Without a word, he hit reverse and started backing up. The tercel rattled and bumped as we made our way back down the narrow trail, the brakes squealing softly on the loose dirt. There was no room to turn around, and going forward wasn't an option, not with the way that feeling clawed at us. The road was a blur behind us. Branches whipped past the windows, and the crunch of the gravel under the tires felt louder than it should. I kept scanning the forest edges, half expecting to see something, anything, but the shadows just stretched out, empty and dark. The silence was still thick, but now it felt different, more urgent. We didn't slow down until we hit the main logging road again, headlights cutting through the open space where the trees pulled back. When we finally stopped, both of us were breathing hard. The adrenaline was sharp in my chest, making my hands shake slightly on the door handle. I looked over at my buddy, and he gave me a nod, no words needed. We were done for the night. Since then, we haven't talked about that stretch of road or the gate. It's like that feeling burrowed into us, unspoken but understood. We still carpool to work together every day, but whenever that road comes up in conversation, we change the subject or laugh it off like it was nothing. But deep down, we both know we felt something real that night, something that wasn't just nerves or imagination. I keep thinking about that gate, that broken lock swinging in the cold wind, about the way the forest felt like it was holding its breath, watching, about how the silence wasn't just silence, it was waiting. And I don't think I'll ever go back to that trail. Some places are better left unexplored. It was the kind of summer night that felt endless. I was 18, and my buddies and I had decided to hit up this beach resort for a few days to get away from the usual grind. The kind of place where the air tastes like salt, and the sound of waves is a constant, steady rhythm that you can feel in your chest. We'd spent the day drinking, laughing, and messing around on the sand, and now that night had settled in, the whole place took on this quiet, almost hypnotic vibe. People were scattered around, some in small groups, others alone, most tucked away in their rooms or just sitting on the shore, staring out at the ocean. I wasn't planning on staying alone for the night. Somehow, I ended up talking to this girl. We hit it off, something simple and easy, and soon enough we were walking along the beach. It was past midnight, but the moon hung high and full, casting this soft silver light over everything. The kind of moonlight that makes the ocean shimmer and turns the waves into moving patches of darkness and light. The beach was mostly empty, except for the occasional distant footsteps or the faint rustling of a breeze through the dunes. We came across a rock pier. It stretched out into the water, rough, jagged rocks piled up, forming a narrow path that disappeared into the ocean. The pier was wet and slick from the constant spray of the waves crashing against it. I remember how the moonlight made the rocks look almost blue, cool and shiny under the night sky. The sound of the water hitting the rocks was loud here, louder than on the open beach, and the air smelled sharp, like the sea itself was breathing in and out. The girl was the first to step onto the rocks. She moved slowly, eyes glued to her feet, making sure not to slip or lose her balance. I followed behind her, taking careful steps, feeling the cold spray of the sea on my face. The wind was picking up, tugging at my hair and clothes, and I could hear the waves hitting harder now, but it was still calm enough that the pier felt safe. We made it to the end of the pier, where the rocks were bigger, more uneven, and the water was dark and deep around us. The tide was coming in, and the ocean was restless. The moonlight revealed every crevice and wet patch on the rocks, making them sparkle like they were alive. We climbed up onto the largest rocks, moving closer to the water, the sea just a few feet away from where we sat. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a shape between the rocks. Something dark and still, barely moving with the tide. I thought it was driftwood or some kind of seaweed caught between the stones, but as I blinked and looked again, the shape didn't change. It didn't move like something alive. Then it hit me, it was a body. A dead body. I froze. The moonlight was enough to see the details, the pale skin, the dark hair matted with seaweed and salt, the way the limbs hung loosely. The water had pulled the body from somewhere deeper, and it was now wedged tight between the rocks, pressed against the hard surfaces by the waves. It wasn't fresh, but not old either. The ocean was rough enough to do damage, but the body was still mostly intact, just lifeless and silent. The girl was still a few steps away, about to move closer. Her next step would have brought her right where the body was. I felt a sudden panic rise in my chest, cold and fast, and I yelled out, "Come back!" She stopped, startled, and looked over her shoulder at me. Her eyes searched mine, confused, and then she tried to look down where I was pointing. I could see the hesitation in her face, the moment she realized something was wrong. I shouted again, louder this time, "Don't look, just get back here." She didn't hesitate after that. She took a few careful steps back onto the safer rocks, away from the edge. I felt my heart pounding in my ears, the cold air biting into my lungs as I looked back at the body again, the way it stayed still in the moonlit water. We stood there for a moment, both silent, the crashing waves filling the space between us. I wanted to say something, but no words felt right. The reality of what we'd just seen was heavy and terrifying, and the quiet around us seemed louder than ever. Eventually, I motioned for her to follow me. We carefully climbed back off the rocks and walked the way we came, our footsteps crunching softly on the wet stones and sand. The ocean kept roaring beside us, relentless and vast. The resort was quiet. Most people were inside, the night settling deep over the place like a blanket. We passed by empty beach chairs, abandoned towels, and the faint glow of distant lights from nearby buildings. The air smelled salty and a little cold now, the breeze sharper than before. I kept thinking about the body, who it could have been, how they ended up in the water, and how close we'd come to stepping right onto it. The thought made my skin crawl, and I realized how lucky we were to have noticed before it was too late. Not long after, we saw a police car parked near the entrance of the resort. The officer was just standing there, watching the waves. I told the girl to wait by the resort while I approached him. I didn't want to take my eyes off the pier for another second. I explained what I'd seen, the body caught between the rocks, the location, the time. He listened carefully, nodding, and didn't seem shocked, just focused. He grabbed his flashlight and headed out with a few other officers who had come to help. I stood there for a while, feeling the weight of what had happened settle into me. The girl stayed nearby, quiet and shaken, her eyes still wide from the encounter. We didn't say much. Words felt small compared to everything else. The police worked their way along the pier, shining their lights between the rocks, checking carefully. I could hear their radios crackling softly and the quiet murmurs of officers talking. Eventually, they confirmed the body was there. They secured the area and started to make calls for the medical examiner and rescue teams. The night stretched on, but things began to feel more under control. The waves kept crashing, the moon hung high, and the beach slowly returned to silence. The body was no longer just a dark shape in the water. It was now evidence of something tragic, a life lost to the sea. The next morning, the whole place was different. The sun came up bright and warm, and the beach was busy again with people laughing, swimming, and enjoying the day. But I couldn't shake the memory of the night before. The cold water, the still body, the fear that had frozen me on that pier. The police later told us the body belonged to a man who had been reported missing a few days earlier. He drowned, they said, and the tide had carried him to that spot. It wasn't anyone we knew, just a stranger who had met a terrible end. I remember walking the beach that day, the sun warm on my skin and the ocean calm, almost peaceful. But in my mind, the waves still crashed loudly, and the moonlight still shone on those jagged rocks where we'd found that body. It was a night I would never forget, a night that reminded me how close life and death can be, and how sometimes the ocean keeps its secrets just beneath the surface, waiting to be found. Living on a farm has always meant being surrounded by the quiet rhythms of nature, the seasons, and the land itself. I grew up in New Jersey on a family farm where we raise corn and soybeans. The fields stretch around my house, corn on the north, south, and west sides, and soybeans right across the street to the east. It's a big piece of land with deep roots. The house I live in now was built on the same spot where my great-grandparents' home once stood. Their house was torn down years ago, and our house was built in its place, but the land still holds that old feel, like it remembers what used to be. I moved in when I was 12, and ever since then, I've had this deep unease about the cornfields and the barns at night. It's not the usual kind of farm discomfort you might expect. I'm not afraid of animals or the dark exactly, but there's something about those fields and barns after sunset that unsettles me in a way I can't fully explain. The cornfields are massive. At night, the way the stalks move in the breeze almost looks like someone is walking through them. The rustling isn't always from the wind. Sometimes it's sharper, more deliberate, like footsteps or whispers hidden beneath the noise of the plants. I've never dared go close to the fields at night unless it was absolutely necessary. The feeling of being watched starts the moment the sun goes down. The barns are worse. We have a few outbuildings spread across the farm, but the oldest one is the milking parlor, which hasn't been used for cows in decades. It's mostly storage now, holding some of my great-grandparents' old tools and things they kept from the farm's heyday. But that building feels different. It's like the air inside is thicker, heavier, as if the place is holding on to some kind of secret. When my friends come over in the summer or on weekends, we play manhunt. It's a game where one team hides, unarmed, and the other team hunts them down with paintball guns. It's a fun way to run around the farm and use all the space we have, but it always takes place mostly around the cornfields and barns. That's when things get weird. On more than one occasion, friends have told me they saw figures moving near or inside the old milking parlor. They said they felt eyes on them while passing by the barns. The voices have been the worst. Low murmurs or indistinct words carried on the wind or echoing faintly from the corn. No one ever stays long near that old parlor, especially after dark. One summer evening sticks with me more than anything else. The sun was setting, painting the sky with soft oranges and pinks, and my friends and I were starting a game of manhunt. I was on the team that was supposed to hide. We split up quickly, dashing toward the cornfields on the north side. I chose a spot near the edge where the stalks were thick, but still allowed me to see through the rows a bit. As the light faded, I heard the familiar rustling from deeper inside the field. It was slower than the wind would make it, a kind of rhythmic, careful movement. I stayed perfectly still, my heart beating loudly in my chest. From my hiding spot, I saw the stalks part as if someone was walking carefully through them. The figure was just a shadow at first, but as it moved closer, I could make out the vague shape of a person. I wanted to call out to my friends, but my throat felt dry and tight. The figure stopped abruptly, then vanished deeper into the field. I stayed there frozen for a long time, watching and waiting, but nothing else came. Later that night, when the game ended and we were all gathering near the barn for snacks and water, my friends started talking about what they had seen or heard. One of them said she'd heard whispers near the milking parlor, voices that didn't sound like any of us. Another said he saw someone moving in the shadows between the barns. I wanted to believe it was just our imaginations running wild, but every story sounded too real, too grounded in something that had actually happened. The barns themselves are old and creaky. They groan with the wind, and every time I walk past them alone, I get that same feeling like I'm not alone. The milking parlor is the worst place. The door is heavy and wooden, with peeling paint and rusty hinges. Inside, the smell is a mix of old wood, dust, and something faintly metallic, like the scent of old tools or machinery left unused for years. The sunlight doesn't reach far inside during the day, and at night, it's pitch black. One night, I went out to check some equipment near the barns by myself. It was late, and the moon was just a sliver in the sky, barely lighting my way. As I passed the milking parlor, I heard a soft whisper carried on the wind. I stopped and looked toward the door. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing inside the shadows of the doorway. It was just a glimpse, something half seen and quickly gone, but it froze me in place. I held my breath and stepped back slowly, not daring to make a sound. That was the night I decided to never go near that barn after dark again. The farm is supposed to be a safe place, but these experiences have kept me on edge for years. Sometimes I wonder if there's someone else out there, maybe a trespasser or someone hiding in the shadows, but nothing has ever been found or proven. There are no signs of anyone breaking in, no footprints, no stolen things. Just the feeling of being watched and the sounds of movement where no one should be. One autumn evening, after harvest season was over and the fields were quiet, I stayed late in the house working on some paperwork. The wind was strong outside, blowing through the trees and rattling the windows. I heard the corn rustling from the north field, louder than usual. I got up and went to the porch, looking out over the stalks silhouetted against the moonlight. Then I saw it again, movement slow and deliberate, weaving through the corn rows. It was too big to be an animal. The way it moved was purposeful, like a person making their way through the field. I stared for a long time, trying to make sense of it. The rustling grew louder, then quieter, as if whoever it was stopping and starting, watching me back. I knew I couldn't call out or investigate alone. I went back inside, locked the doors, and waited for dawn. Over the years, I've tried to rationalize these experiences. Maybe it's wild animals or the wind playing tricks, or just my mind filling in gaps in the dark. But there's something more there, something real and unseen that haunts those fields and barns. I've talked to neighbors, family members, and old-timers in town, but no one else seems to experience it quite the same way. Still, I keep the farm going, tending the crops and caring for the land my family has worked for generations. I've learned to live with the unease, to avoid the fields and barns at night, and to trust my instincts when they tell me to stay away. I don't know who or what moves in those cornfields or lingers near the old barns, but I know it's there, watching, waiting, and making sure I never forget that some parts of this farm belong to the past, and some things are better left undisturbed. The cold was biting that morning, sharper than I expected for early November in West Texas. I was out before dawn, the sky still thick with dark shadows, only the faintest hint of light creeping over the horizon. I'd been hunting these plains since I was a kid, just like my father and grandfather before me. This land, wide and open, stretched endlessly in every direction, flat with gentle rises here and there, dry brush scattered like tired old soldiers, and mesquite trees standing like thin, scraggly sentinels. I was riding my four-wheeler, moving slow and quiet, scanning for any movement, any sign of deer. The world was asleep except for the faint hum of the engine and my own breath, visible in the chilly air. The morning smelled like earth and dust, the dry kind that gets into your clothes and never quite leaves. At about 5:30, I spotted a low rise that I liked to check. It gave a good view over a small valley where deer liked to gather before the sun fully rose. I slowed the four-wheeler as I approached, easing off the throttle until the engine settled into a quiet idle. The only sound was the soft crunch of gravel under the tires and the occasional whistle of wind slipping through the brush. I stopped the machine completely and climbed off, letting the four-wheeler rest against a small oak tree. The air was still, and I felt the kind of quiet that sinks deep into your bones, like the world was holding its breath. I looked up without really thinking, and that's when I saw it. The sky was alive with colors I'd never seen before. Giant streaks of green and red lit up the darkness like giant waves of light, rippling slowly across the sky. The colors were bright, but not harsh, more like a glowing fire, soft and strange, pulsing with energy that seemed almost too big to be real. The green seemed to glow from inside itself, like the deepest parts of a forest come to life, and the red was like embers from a campfire, warm but deadly. The weirdest part was the silence. Absolute silence. Not just the quiet you get from nature in the early morning, but a total stillness that pressed against my ears. No wind, no birds, no distant cars or any noise at all. The world felt frozen, like time had stopped just for me to see this strange, otherworldly display. I stood there, frozen, heart pounding like it was trying to beat out of my chest. I'd never been so scared in my life. As a young boy, I didn't have the words to explain what I was seeing or feeling. It felt like the end of the world, like some kind of invasion or attack was happening, and I was the only one awake to witness it. I kept thinking, asterisk, are these aliens? Are we about to be wiped out? Asterisk, my legs wanted to run, but my body was stuck. I watched the colors pulse and shift for what felt like hours, but must have been only minutes. The green and red waves stretched across the sky, touching the horizon on all sides, lighting up the clouds in strange shapes I couldn't quite place. The usual stars were still there, but they seemed faint, like they were hiding behind the bright curtains of light. As the first pale pinks of dawn started pushing into the sky, the colors slowly faded. The green dimmed, the red burned out like coals left in the ashes, and the sky began to settle back into its normal, quiet morning blues and grays. The world sighed back to life. Wind picked up softly, birds started calling, and the normal sounds of the Texas plains returned. I sat back on the four-wheeler, my hands shaking slightly, heart still racing. I kept glancing back at the sky, half expecting the colors to return, but they didn't. The sky was just the sky again. For years afterward, I couldn't stop thinking about that morning. It was burned into my memory so deeply, like a brand. I told no one what I saw, mostly because no one would believe me. Even now, after almost 20 years of hunting those same lands, I've never seen anything like it again. Later, I learned about the aurora borealis, how sometimes on rare nights, the solar winds and magnetic fields can cause these incredible light shows even far south of their usual range. Scientists say they happen more often than people think, but most never see them because they're hidden by clouds or city lights. Maybe what I saw was just one of those rare moments, nature's own spectacular show, appearing when I was least ready for it. Even with that knowledge, it doesn't take away the feeling I had back then, the fear, the awe, the pure, overwhelming sense that something bigger than me was happening right above my head. The world had shifted just for a moment, and I was lucky enough to be there, frozen in place, staring up at a sky that was alive with strange light and complete silence. That morning changed how I see this place, the wide, empty lands of West Texas, and reminded me how small we all really are. No matter how many times I come back, no matter how well I think I know the land, there's still mystery out there, waiting in the dark, waiting to stop you cold and remind you that the world is bigger and stranger than you ever imagined. I never forgot that morning, and I never will. Even now, when the stars are bright and the sky is clear, I sometimes catch myself looking up, hoping maybe just once more to see those giant streaks of green and red stretching across the night like some impossible, quiet warning or invitation. But they never come back. Just once, and then gone, like a secret whispered by the universe only to me. When I was about 12, my cousin invited me over to play in the creek behind his house. His house sat on the edge of a quiet neighborhood in northwest Indiana, where the streets ended and wild patches of trees and tangled brush took over. The creek wasn't anything special at first glance, just a thin, winding trickle of water cutting through the mud and over small rocks, lined with reeds and the occasional cluster of cattails. But for kids like us, it was a whole world. We'd spent hours making little dams out of sticks and mud, throwing rocks to see who could make the biggest splash, and poking around the edges to see what kind of bugs or fish we could spot. Before we went down to the creek, my cousin had told me this weird story. He said he'd seen this strange animal in the water a few times, something that looked like a baby crocodile but was twice as long, black, and furry. I thought it sounded like bullshit. I'd never seen anything like that around here. No way some croc-like thing was swimming in a muddy creek in Indiana. But he was serious, and he insisted it was real. He said it had an elongated face, kind of like a ferret, and it swam through the water almost like a snake. I laughed it off mostly, but part of me was curious. We headed down to the creek, climbing over fallen logs and stepping carefully over wet patches so we didn't slip. The air smelled damp and earthy, with the faint scent of rotting leaves mixed in. Birds chirped somewhere high in the trees, and every now and then, a frog croaked from the water's edge. The sun was warm but low, casting long shadows over the creek and making the water shimmer where it caught the light. We started building a dam near a bend in the creek, piling sticks and mud against some bigger rocks. My cousin showed me how to wedge the sticks tight, so the water slowed, but didn't completely stop. We threw stones and mud clumps, trying to hit spots where the water was rushing the fastest to see if we could break through each other's dams. It was all pretty normal until I got bored and started looking around the banks. Near one spot, I noticed what looked like a hole in the muddy bank. It was narrow, maybe a little wider than a fist, and the dirt around it was damp and dark. I figured it might be some kind of animal burrow, maybe a snake or a muskrat. On a whim, I grabbed a big clump of wet mud and threw it right at the hole. The mud splattered, sending little clumps sliding down into the dark opening. Then everything changed. Out of nowhere, this crazy animal shot out of the hole and plunged into the creek. I froze, heart pounding. It was fast, way faster than anything I expected. It didn't look like a snake, even though it swam that way, undulating its whole body in smooth waves. It had a long, thin body covered in black fur that looked soaked and shiny in the sunlight. Its face was long and narrow, like a ferret's but darker and more menacing. Its eyes were small and sharp, and its mouth looked like it had tiny, sharp teeth. The thing moved through the water like it owned the creek. It didn't hesitate or slow down. It just swam straight, disappearing into the bend in the water faster than I could follow. My cousin and I exchanged looks, both of us wide-eyed. We took off running along the creek bank, trying to keep up with it as it slipped through the water. But it was too fast, disappearing around bends and diving under logs we couldn't reach. The creek, which moments before had felt like a safe playground, suddenly seemed wild and full of shadows. The calm noise of the water was mixed with the sound of our running footsteps on wet dirt and broken sticks snapping under our shoes. Every time we thought we caught sight of it, the animal would vanish, slipping under a submerged tree branch or darting behind a clump of reeds. We kept chasing it for maybe 15 or 20 minutes, my chest burning and legs aching from running on uneven ground. The animal never stopped, never slowed. It moved like it belonged there, like it was the real master of that creek. Eventually, it disappeared into a thicker part of the creek, where the water widened and the trees grew denser. We tried to follow, but the brush was so thick it slowed us down. By the time we caught up, there was no sign of it. No splash, no movement, nothing. Just the quiet creek flowing under the canopy of leaves. We stood there, breathing hard and looking around. The sun was dropping lower now, casting the forest into deeper shadows. My cousin looked uneasy, but I felt a mix of excitement and unease. That animal wasn't just some figment of imagination or a weird story. It was real, and it wasn't something we had seen before. After that day, I never saw the creature again. But every time I went back to that creek, I kept an eye out for it. The hole in the bank where it had come from was still there, dark and mysterious. I didn't dare throw mud at it again. Looking back, I still have no idea what that thing was. It wasn't any animal I'd seen before, nothing from the books or nature shows. The only guess I ever had was some kind of weird mink or otter, but the way it swam and its black fur didn't fit any normal animal I know from around here. It was like a shadow in the creek, something that didn't belong, moving fast and silent through the water. Sometimes when I'm near that creek, I feel like I'm being watched, like that creature is still out there somewhere. It's like the wild has its own secrets, hiding in the quiet places we think we know. And once you see something like that, something strange and wild, it sticks with you. It was one of those hot summer nights where even after the sun had long disappeared, the air still felt heavy and thick, pressing against your skin like a wet blanket. I was sitting at my desk, the only light in the room coming from the glow of my computer screen. The windows were wide open, and I could hear the usual night sounds: crickets chirping, a distant dog barking somewhere down the street, the soft rustling of leaves in a mild breeze. The kind of night that feels like it could go on forever, sticky and still, but peaceful enough that you don't mind the heat. I was scrolling through my usual late-night stuff, forums, news articles, random videos, when something broke the calm. It was a sound that made me stop cold and sit up straighter. At first, I wasn't sure what it was. It came from somewhere behind the house, beyond the backyard fence, and into the woods that bordered my property. The scream was so sharp, so piercing and desperate, it was like nothing I'd ever heard before. It was a woman's scream, or at least it sounded like one, but not just a scream. It was twisted, harsh, like a mix between a scream and some choking, gasping noise all rolled into one. It made my skin crawl. I remember freezing, heart pounding, trying to figure out if I'd imagined it or if something terrible was happening back there. The windows rattled slightly from the force of the sound, even though it was coming from outside. I could hear the faint crackling of dry leaves and broken twigs snapping somewhere in the woods. maybe from whatever was making the noise moving around. I swallowed hard and got up, the hair on the back of my neck standing straight as I moved toward the back porch. I stepped outside into the heavy night air. The porch light was dim and flickered a little, and the floorboards creaked under my feet as I walked to the railing and looked out over the yard. The backyard was mostly grass with a few scattered bushes, but beyond that was a thick patch of trees and undergrowth, the woods. They were dark and dense, shadows folding in on themselves. The scream came again, louder this time, raw and terrifying. It echoed through the trees, bouncing off branches and leaves, carrying a chill that went right through me. It wasn't a normal animal sound. It was high-pitched and ragged, like someone was being strangled or badly hurt. Mixed into the scream were these awful choking sounds, rough, wet, desperate, like someone was gasping for air and unable to get it. I stood there for a moment, frozen. My mind raced. What the hell was making that sound? Was someone hurt back there? Was it some wild animal? A fight? A crime? I felt a surge of fear mixed with a weird curiosity. The kind that makes you want to find out what's going on, even when every instinct screams at you to run the other way. I thought about grabbing my phone and calling 911. But what would I say? There was no clear voice, no words, just that horrific scream. And what if it was just an animal? I didn't want to waste emergency services time, but the sound was so awful I almost convinced myself that something terrible was happening. The breeze shifted, and the scream stopped suddenly, replaced by a strange silence that made everything feel even heavier. The quiet after the scream was worse. It was like the woods themselves were holding their breath. I debated going into the woods to check, to see if someone needed help. But I was alone, it was late, and the woods were thick and dark. I didn't know what might be out there, wild animals, snakes, something worse. Plus, the scream didn't sound like a person yelling for help. It sounded otherworldly, like something unnatural. I realized my mind was spinning stories about demons or monsters, stuff I didn't believe in but couldn't help imagining. The idea of a Wendigo or some kind of evil spirit in the woods popped into my head, and it made me shiver. Still, I didn't go in. I stayed on the porch, watching the dark tree line and listening for any other sounds. After a while, I went back inside and closed the windows, shutting out the night and the woods and the terrible scream that had come from them. The next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The memory of that scream stuck in my head, nagging at me, making me uneasy every time I stepped outside at night. I avoided going out back alone after dark, and I kept checking the woods from the window, half expecting to see something moving in the shadows. I needed answers. I started asking around my neighbors when I saw them outside during the day. I talked quietly, trying not to seem too freaked out, but I wanted to know if anyone else had heard that scream or if anyone knew what it was. One neighbor told me their chickens had been attacked recently. Another said they heard strange sounds late at night, weird yowls and shrieks coming from the woods behind their yards. A few people shrugged and said it was probably just some animal making noise. It wasn't until I spoke to the neighbor, who owned the property, right on the other side of the woods, that I got the full story. They had a small chicken coop with a few hens and roosters, and apparently, there had been a problem with a Fisher cat breaking in and attacking the chickens at night. I'd never seen a Fisher cat in real life, but from what I found out, they're big weasel-like animals, not cats really, and they're known for being fierce hunters. They can climb trees, swim, and kill chickens or other small animals easily. What surprised me was how loud their calls could be, loud and piercing screams that sound eerily human, especially at night. The neighbor said the Fisher cat had made its way into the coop a few times and attacked the chickens, causing chaos. The screaming sound I'd heard wasn't a woman's scream after all. It was the Fisher cat's call, shrill and terrifying, mixed with the chickens' terrified clucking and choking as they were caught. Knowing this made the sound a little less scary, but not by much. It was still raw and ugly, a brutal reminder of the wildness hiding just behind the houses and fences. I imagined the Fisher cat moving through the woods, hunting and screaming, and the chickens panicking inside the coop, their frantic noises mixing with the predator's cries. It made me realize how close we all live to nature, and how much of it we don't see or understand. That night, I'd heard something wild and raw, something real and dangerous, not a ghost story or a legend, but the brutal reality of survival. Since then, I've kept the windows shut on hot nights, and I stay inside after dark. The woods are just woods, full of animals and sounds we don't always recognize. But every once in a while, when the wind shifts just right and the night is quiet, I still catch that distant, eerie scream in my mind. The Fisher cat's cry cutting through the silence, a reminder that the wild is never far away. I remember that day clearly, even though it was about 10 years ago now. It was one of those days in late spring when the sun was warm, but the air still held a slight chill, just enough to remind you that summer wasn't quite here yet. My dad and I had decided to go for a walk through the fields near our village. We lived in the north of England, not too far from a cluster of small towns and villages, but the fields around us were wide and mostly quiet. The village itself was pretty big for the area, lots of houses, farms, and some small roads connecting it to other villages nearby. That day, we had no particular plan. My dad liked to take me out for walks sometimes, just to get some fresh air and stretch our legs. We started in the late morning, walking along a dirt path that ran between the far edges of the village and the fields beyond. The fields stretched out like a patchwork quilt, green and dotted with wildflowers and small clumps of trees. It was peaceful, and for a while, we talked about the usual things, school, work, and what we'd have for dinner later. As we walked, the sounds of the village faded behind us. The noise of cars and people grew quieter, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant calls of birds. Occasionally, a farm tractor rumbled somewhere far off, but otherwise, the fields were empty. We came across an old stone wall, partly crumbled and covered in moss, running alongside a small wood. My dad suggested we stop there for a break. We sat down on the soft grass by the wall, pulling out sandwiches and some apples from the bag my mom had packed for us. The sun was shining on our faces, and the breeze was cool and gentle. We ate slowly, watching a pair of rabbits dart in and out of the undergrowth nearby. The smell of fresh earth and wildflowers was strong, and it felt like a perfect day to be out. Then it happened. From the direction of the woods, a sound came that made my skin crawl. It was a deep, low growl, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It wasn't a normal animal sound. The noise was thick and heavy, full of anger and warning. It didn't echo. It seemed to come from just beyond the edge of the trees, close enough that we could feel it in our chests. I froze, my heart pounding. My dad did the same. The growl sounded again, louder this time, like something huge and angry was standing just out of sight, watching us. It wasn't the growl of a dog or a fox. It was bigger, heavier, and colder. It was the kind of sound that makes your stomach drop because you know you're in the presence of something dangerous and territorial. Without saying a word, we both jumped up and started running. The grass beneath our feet was soft but uneven, and I stumbled a few times, scrambling to keep up with my dad. We didn't look back, not once, but I could still hear that terrible growl echoing in my ears, fading into the distance behind us. The woods that had seemed so peaceful only moments before now felt dark and threatening. We ran all the way back to the edge of the village, where the houses and roads began. The sounds of people and cars returned, and the tension in my chest started to ease. I was shaking, breath coming in short gasps. My dad's face was serious, his eyes scanning the fields behind us, but he didn't say much. The fear in his voice when he mentioned it later told me he was just as unsettled as I was. What made the whole thing so strange was that we live in the UK, where large wild animals like the one we heard just don't exist. At least, that's what we thought. Sometimes people talk about big cats, like the famous beast of Bodmin Moor down in Cornwall, but that's hundreds of miles away from us. Around here, there have never been any confirmed sightings of anything like that. The countryside near our village is mostly farmland and woods, but nothing that could hide a large predator. For years after that, I kept wondering what it could have been. Maybe someone had released a big cat somewhere, or an animal escaped from a private collection. Sometimes, stories circulate about exotic pets that get loose, but nothing official ever came out. No reports of missing pets or strange attacks. The mystery just stayed there, hanging over that day. My dad still brings it up from time to time, especially when we're out walking together. He says he's never heard a sound like that before or since, and neither have I. Neither of us ever saw anything, but that growl was real. It was alive and angry and very close. That day taught me that the countryside could hold secrets, even in a place you think you know well. It's a reminder that wildness, in some form, still exists around us, even when we least expect it. We never went back to those fields for a walk after that day. And sometimes, when I'm outside in the quiet of the night, I can still hear that growl in my mind, echoing across the empty fields, reminding me of something wild and unknown, watching just beyond the trees. I was heading up north with my buddy late one evening. The road stretched out in front of us, empty and quiet except for the soft hum of the car engine and the rhythmic thumping of the tires on the asphalt. We were driving through a remote stretch of highway, surrounded on both sides by dense trees that blocked out any moonlight. The only light came from the car's headlights carving out a narrow path ahead. It was one of those roads that felt like it went on forever, the kind that makes you feel small in the middle of nowhere. We hadn't seen another car for miles. The air inside the vehicle was still, just the occasional crackle from the radio barely audible. I was leaning back in my seat, eyes flicking from the road to the dark woods on either side. The night was cool, the kind of cold that creeps under your skin through the cracks in the window seal. Then, out of nowhere, I noticed something ahead on the road. At first, it was just a point of light, hanging solidly in the middle of the lane, maybe 100 feet in front of us. I blinked and looked again, thinking it might be a reflection or a light from a distant sign. But no, this light was different. It hung there steady and bright, not blinking or flashing like a street lamp or a plane's navigation lights. It was too solid and fixed to be a highway light, and there were no other lights around, no buildings or towers that would explain it. My buddy noticed it at the same time. We both stared at it through the windshield, our faces lit faintly by the glow. The car slowed almost without thought, and the engine's steady purr dropped to a quiet hum. The light didn't move. It just hung there, maybe 6 or 8 feet above the ground, casting a harsh white glow onto the asphalt beneath it. It was perfectly round, like a glowing orb, but it didn't flicker or pulse. It wasn't the kind of light you expect to see on a dark highway. We watched for maybe 30 seconds. The silence in the car was thick. No one spoke. The radio was off. It was just us, the road, and the light. My mind raced through explanations. Maybe a drone, but no sound, and it was too low and solid. A helicopter? No, that would have been noisy and moving. A highway maintenance lamp? Couldn't be. The nearest town was miles back, and this stretch of road was rarely traveled. The woods around us were dense and silent. Then, as if it sensed us watching, the light suddenly accelerated. It shot forward, faster than any car or helicopter could manage on that road. It vanished over the treetops in seconds, leaving no trace, no sound, no afterglow. The sudden movement shocked us out of our daze. For a long moment, the road ahead was empty again. Just the dark forest and the faint reflection of our headlights on the asphalt. We both sat there, eyes wide, breathing uneven. The whole thing was strange but not terrifying, more frustrating than anything. It was the kind of thing that gnaws at your mind because there's no explanation, no closure. We kept driving, but the silence between us was heavy with unasked questions. We both knew the same thing. We had no idea what that light was. It wasn't something you just forget, but it wasn't something that made sense either. The rest of the drive passed in a kind of strange quiet. We didn't talk about it because there was nothing to say. No guesses or theories felt right. It stayed with me for a long time after, a puzzle with no solution. I was never really one for wandering into old, abandoned places. Most people who know me would say I'm not the adventurous type. But there's always been something about those forgotten spots around my hometown that pulled me in, even if just a little. Maybe it's the silence that speaks differently, or the way dust floats in the cracks of broken windows, caught forever in one beam of light. I didn't set out that day to find anything special, just a simple exploration, to see what time had left behind in one of those old factories on the edge of town. The factory was a huge, sprawling place with walls cracked and stained, windows mostly shattered, and the metal skeleton rusted all over. The kind of place that made your footsteps echo in ways that reminded you were alone. Even in the daytime, it had a kind of weight to it, like the walls were holding their breath. It was quiet, except for the occasional drip of water or the scurrying of rats somewhere far away. The air was thick with dust and something faintly sour, like old sweat mixed with rust and mold. I had been poking around for maybe an hour, moving from one room to another, careful not to disturb the piles of broken machinery and old tools left to rot. Some rooms were flooded with sunlight, others dim and shadowed, the perfect place for things to be forgotten. I took pictures on my phone, not expecting to find anything unusual, just curious about what the factory had once been like. It was on the far side of the building, past a narrow hallway crammed with fallen beams and scattered papers, where I found the room. I don't remember seeing a door before, but this one was intact. It was an old metal door, dented but still hanging on its hinges. The kind that creaked loud enough to make me jump when I pushed it open. Inside, the room was darker than the rest of the factory, like it hadn't seen daylight for years. The walls were covered in peeling paint and layers of grime. The floor was uneven and cluttered with debris, but what caught my eye immediately was the big blue tarp spread across the center of the room. It was heavy, like a canvas tarp, and had clearly been there a long time, judging by the dirt and dust on top. Curiosity got the better of me. I moved closer, pulling the edge of the tarp with some effort. Underneath, I found a pile of leather jackets, heavy, worn-looking ones that seemed out of place. They were stacked neatly on top of several duffel bags, which in turn were lying over another tarp, this one thinner and gray. Something about the way the jackets and bags were arranged felt strange, too deliberate to be random. But what happened next was what really shook me. I reached down to pull back that second tarp. The moment I lifted it, I was hit by a strange, sharp smell, like a mix of damp earth and something chemical. And then the gas started rising, thin, misty clouds coming from what looked like thousands of tiny, mushroom-shaped objects hidden beneath the tarp. At first, I didn't know what I was looking at. The things were pale, almost white, with small caps shaped like little umbrellas. They were packed tightly together, growing in dense clusters. The smell got stronger and more choking, so I quickly covered my mouth and nose with my shirt and stumbled backward, gasping for fresh air. I ran, out of that room, down the hall, and out the factory doors without looking back. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would burst through my chest. The whole way home, the smell lingered faintly in my nostrils, a strange reminder that whatever I had uncovered was real and somehow alive. Once inside my house, I locked the doors and opened windows to air out the place. I couldn't shake the image of those mushroom-like things. The way they released gas like that, it wasn't something I'd ever seen or heard about before. I kept thinking, maybe it was some kind of fungus, but none of the books or online searches I did matched what I found. I asked people who knew about plants and fungi, but no one gave me a clear answer. Some suggested it might have been a chemical reaction, maybe from some kind of industrial waste combined with mold, but I knew enough about fungi to recognize at least some of it, and this didn't fit. Others just thought I was imagining things, or making it up, but it wasn't a hallucination. Over the next few days, I tried to stay calm and rational. I didn't feel sick, but the smell still haunted me. I kept wondering about that factory, what it was used for, and why someone would leave those jackets and bags there, covering that strange fungus. Was it some kind of secret operation? Was it hazardous? Or was it just some forgotten experiment that nature had taken over? I went back a week later, but the factory had been boarded up tight. There was no way in. The police had posted warning signs about hazardous materials, but they didn't say much else. Whatever was under that tarp had clearly made someone nervous. Sometimes I think about that room and those mushrooms, how they quietly waited in the dark, hiding beneath layers of tarp and leather, how they released their invisible gas like a silent warning to anyone who got too close. It's the kind of thing that doesn't fit neatly into any story, or into what you expect from an abandoned building. It just is strange and unexplained. I haven't gone back since. I don't think I will. It's one of those mysteries that stays with you, not because it's supernatural or spooky in the usual sense, but because it's real and unexplained. A reminder that even in the most forgotten places, nature and human secrets can mix in ways you never expect. And sometimes it's better to just leave them alone. I'd been out since before first light, just me, my rifle, and the quiet of the woods. It had been a cool, crisp morning, the kind that makes your breath fog up just a little with every exhale. I'd parked the truck a few miles back on a muddy pull-off near an old logging road that hadn't seen maintenance in years. The plan was simple: walk in, hike around a ridge I'd scouted in the summer, and see what moved. It was late in the season, cold enough to make the ground firm, and the leaves crunch underfoot. I hadn't seen much during the day. A few distant flashes of white tails disappearing into the trees, the kind that make your heart skip just for a second before reality sets in, and you know you're not getting a shot. I wasn't too bothered, though. Being out there was half the point. Just walking those woods alone, rifle slung across my shoulder, listening to nothing but wind and the occasional squirrel freaking out over nothing. It settles something in you. I'd lost track of time, like always, until I noticed the shadows stretching out longer and longer between the trees. It wasn't sudden or anything, but that creeping gray you get in the fall when the light just seems to vanish without warning. I looked up and saw the sky was already starting to change, smearing into that deep purple blue, and I knew I needed to start heading back to the truck. The woods I was walking through weren't exactly hiker-friendly. It was mostly blown-down trees, like a windstorm had passed through and just knocked everything sideways. Deadfalls lay like piles of pickup sticks across the terrain. Stepping over one meant having to climb, crouch, or weave under and around tangled branches and thick trunks. Every step needed to be careful. One wrong move, and I'd twist an ankle or worse, and that was not something I wanted out here miles from anyone. As I pushed through some brush and started cutting southwest, trying to match the angle I'd taken in that morning, I heard it. A loud cracking noise. Not the kind of crack a squirrel makes, or even the snap of a limb from snow weight. This was heavy, slow, deep, like something big stepping through the woods and not giving a damn about staying quiet. My first thought was bear. Maybe a big male still out before bedding down. Or maybe a moose, though I hadn't seen much sign all day. I stopped walking, just to listen. Nothing. I took a few more steps. Another crack. Closer this time. I froze again, straining my ears. Still nothing but wind through the trees. Then a few moments later, another sound, deeper this time, almost like a low grunt followed by more crashing through wood. Not running, not frantic, but just steady like a bulldozer plowing through timber. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I unslung my rifle and clicked the safety off, not aiming it at anything yet, just holding it across my chest. I didn't want to spook whatever it was. For all I knew, it might be heading a different direction, and I'd never even lay eyes on it. The light was falling faster now. That dimming, colorless kind of light where everything turns gray. I could barely see 10 yards ahead without squinting, and the tangled mess of dead trees made visibility worse. I moved slower now, trying to step carefully over branches and trunks without making too much noise. Then the noise came again, this time louder, sharper. Trees snapping. Something was forcing its way through deadfall like it didn't care what was in its way. My pulse started to pick up. It was heading my way, and it wasn't shy. I stopped again and crouched behind a large dead tree, rifle up and eyes scanning ahead. My heart was pounding, not quite fear, but close. That edge of the unknown kind of feeling that makes your breathing shallow and your palms start to sweat even in the cold. Then I heard it. Not just the crashing. A sound like something from a nightmare. That horrible mechanical grating roar, like metal scraping on metal, mixed with something organic, deep and guttural, like a distorted moan. It sounded like the damn monster from the show Lost, if I'm honest. I knew it wasn't, but in the moment, it didn't matter. That sound does something to you. It bypasses logic and just sends your brain straight to survival mode. I started moving faster now, ducking and weaving through the deadfall, rifle up, trying not to trip. The crashing got even louder. Branches snapped like toothpicks, and I could hear the thud of heavy hooves hitting the forest floor. My brain couldn't even keep up. I didn't know what it was yet. I couldn't see a damn thing. But whatever it was massive, and it was tearing a path straight through the woods, heading toward me like a freight train with no brakes. I tripped on a half-rotted log and fell forward onto my hands, rifle clattering beside me. I scrambled up fast, heart hammering in my ears, snatched my rifle, and backed up against the base of a thick pine tree. I aimed ahead, still seeing nothing but dark shapes and jagged outlines. The crashing noise was deafening now, just a wall of destruction moving toward me. Then suddenly I saw it. 15 yards out, maybe less, it came bursting through a wall of dead trees like it was nothing. A bull moose. Not just any moose. This thing was a monster. Easily over 1,000 pounds, antlers wide enough to scrape both sides of the trees as it barreled through. His chest was heaving, steam shooting from his nostrils in the cold air. His eyes didn't even register me at first. He was in a full-on charge, maybe spooked by something behind him, or just riled up and confused. I froze. The ground vibrated as he came closer. 10 yards. 7. I could see every muscle in his legs flexing with power, his eyes wild, legs pounding through the debris like it was nothing. I didn't even have time to raise my rifle. If I shot him, it'd be a waste of a bullet. No way I'd stop that train this close. I remember thinking I was done, He was going to trample me. I actually felt warm for a second, like my body was trying to shut down and spare me the pain. I didn't even breathe. I just squeezed tighter against the tree, shoulder to bark, rifle pointed uselessly into the mess ahead. And then he blew past me. I swear, he missed me by feet. Maybe less. The wind off his body hit me like a slap. I could smell him, rank, musky sweat and forest all at once. His antlers were a blur. He didn't even look at me. Just charged through, snapping smaller trees like matchsticks, disappearing into the shadows beyond in seconds. I stood there, shaking, still pressed against the tree, rifle still up like a scarecrow with no thoughts left. I hadn't pissed myself, but I might as well have. My knees went weak, and I slumped down onto my haunches, just staring into the dark woods ahead where he'd vanished. My ears rang from the noise, and my chest felt like it was trying to crawl up through my throat. I sat there for a long time, maybe 5-10 minutes. The woods were silent again. Not peaceful, just dead silent. Nothing moved. No birds. No squirrels. Just the wind slowly returning, whispering through the trees like it was never gone. Eventually, I stood up and clicked the safety back on. My hands still trembled. I had to take a few deep breaths just to get my legs to cooperate. I started walking again, slower this time, rifle across my chest, eyes scanning every shadow like they might come alive. It took me nearly an hour to get back to the truck. Every step felt like a lifetime. I must have looked like a wreck when I came stumbling out of the trees. My pants were torn from the deadfall, mud caked up to my knees, and my face probably pale as a ghost. I opened the tailgate, slung my rifle in the back, and sat on the bumper for a long time, just listening. I didn't see another soul on the drive out. No headlights, no cabins, just the empty forest fading behind me in the rearview mirror. I don't know what that moose had been running from. Maybe it was just spooked. Maybe it was rutting and pissed off at the world. Maybe something further back startled it into a blind charge. Doesn't matter, I guess. What mattered was that he didn't hit me. I've hunted since I was a kid. Spent years in the woods. Seen all kinds of stuff. Bears too close for comfort. Coyotes trying to circle me while I was field dressing a deer. Even had a bobcat scream at me once from a tree I didn't see. But nothing has ever come as close as that moose. Nothing that big, that angry, and that fast. I'll never forget that sound, the cracking, the smashing, and that horrible, unnatural noise echoing through the trees. I still hear it sometimes when I close my eyes. And that moment when he broke through the trees, eyes wild, antlers high. I swear it looked straight through me, like I wasn't even there. I made it out, and I got home fine, but that night I didn't sleep much. I just kept thinking how close it was. How close I came to being trampled to death by something I never even saw coming until it was 15 yards away. That's the thing about the woods. They're beautiful, quiet, peaceful, but they don't care about you. They don't care if you're ready or not. One second you're walking back to your truck, the next you're staring down the biggest damn moose you've ever seen in your life. And if he'd veered a few feet to the left, I wouldn't be telling this story.